Greetings, my excellent friends. Can I persist today without the air conditioner on? We'll see. We'll find out. Probably not. You'll probably hear the soon enough after about 10 minutes when I realize I can't. But we'll see if we can persist without it. It is time to play Turnabout Ablaze, the last case in Ace Attorney Investigations 1. This weekend, our goal is to finish it. We have 5 segments and 2 streams, so that's 3 for one, 2 for another. I don't know which one's going to be the 3 and which one's going to be 2. We'll assess when we get our second to be continued tonight. If I'm like, alright, today I'll go do another full section, tomorrow I won't, because I don't have any specific time I need to stop tonight or tomorrow. So it's just going to be lopsided in the end. I think I'd rather that than arbitrarily stop in the middle of a chunk. So yeah, either tonight's stream or tomorrow's stream is going to be longer than the other. The one that only has 2 probably won't. 3 hours? 4? I don't know. I'll find out, depending on how long I spend with my breaks and that. But we'll get through the game. High of -2. That's not high. It is 20 degrees Celsius in this room. The air conditioner is set to lower the temperature to 16 degrees Celsius. That's its actual baseline. That's what it aims for when it's on. That to me is cold. (15, 16 Celsius is put a jacket on weather. I've been told this is not the case in colder climates. But no, it's very interesting the way that human bodies sort of adapt relative to their climate. It's why it's very silly when somebody who does not belong, well, not does not belong, but somebody who is in a different place than normal has a very different reaction to the weather than you, and then you make fun of them. It's like, it's a very normal thing for, you know, someone to come here from overseas, and then the Aussies are like, oh, you can't handle the heat. And then the reverse, to go somewhere like America or wherever that has a cold winter, and then make fun of the person who's, you know, freezing to death in what you would describe as t-shirt weather. But it's not that simple. It is literally like, it's your physiology reacts to where you live in the environment. It's your brain expects a certain temperature range, and when you go somewhere that doesn't do it, your brain loses its fucking mind. And sends your body a whole bunch of weird signals and panics, and yeah, you cannot handle it. You will eventually if you stay there for a couple of years, but not on day 1, or day 2, or day 3. Day 7, still pretty shit. And those people will have the exact same experience if they did the opposite. When you say is a cold house, that's good. Yes. Brother is from this area, but he moved to Florida. Yeah, Florida, I believe, is warmer. You get a lot of. It's more balanced down here than it is north in Australia, because that's closer to the equator. Anyway. Behold! White! Now. Shh, don't do that. Alright, and how many are here? Hang on. Am I correct in the number of to be continued? Maybe I'm not. Maybe there's 3 and 3. Stop doing that fucking noise! So 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, there are 6 sections. Okay, we don't have 5 sections left. We have 6 sections left. That's good. Okay, we can do 3 and 3. Alright. Because we're through the first one. But some of them are shorter than others in, like, the amount of actions you need to take between them. But we are in the middle already. Middle part 1. The opening is usually pretty lengthy. Like, I'd thought about last Sunday doing 2 sections, but then it just kept going. March 14, 7:44 p.m. Theatrum Neutralis lobby. At this point, we have we went to the embassy, I believe, at Kay Faraday's whim because we wanted to catch the supposed fake Yatagarasu. Didn't find the fake Yatagarasu, or at least haven't yet. Instead, Kay ran off and wound up in the same room as a murdered Manny Kochan with Shilong Lang's assistant / secretary, that's the word, having caught her and convinced that she was the killer. So we spent a lot of time at the murder scene there. Because it's an embassy, we don't have authority, but because Franziska von Karma is not an Interpol investigator, but because she's working with them and therefore has credentials through them, she was able to get the rights to investigate, so we are now her subordinate, which is fun. There's 2 countries in this embassy, because the nation of Codopia split in half into Alagast or Alabast, I don't know, and Babal. So we were in Babal, which seems to be the friendlier place, under Ambassador Poleno, who was fairly nice and happy enough. Gumshoe's with us helping out. We've also got the profiles for Byrne Faraday and Callisto U. They're not here. Byrne Faraday's dead, and Callisto U hasn't been seen for 7 years, but no doubt they will be relevant, having this case being the follow-up to the flashback. And then this Willem Dafoe-looking guy was also involved with the flashback case, and now he's dead. Yeah, working for Franziska, so she's having the time of her life. We haven't seen Lang himself yet, but it has been said that he is on the other side in the Alagast embassy, along with the Steel Samurai. We briefly saw the Steel Samurai, who didn't say a word to us, but gave us an autograph made out to Miles Edgeworth, which is interesting, because we didn't introduce ourselves. So, I don't know what that means, but best guess is that Will Powers recognizes him because they were in a couple of courtroom appearances together. Alabast, not Alagast. So we have our badge. Right, yeah, there's also the thief going around. The embassy, basically, they didn't build any buildings, so the theater is a neutral area in the middle. It's a neutral zone, and then we have the 2 halves of the embassy for the 2 separated nations. It's Steel Samurai's autograph. We have each nation has their own statue called the Primadux statue, which was a Codopian national treasure Both countries claim that theirs is the real one, and we don't know which is right. Kochin died with a single stab wound to the neck. Also, there was a fire, turnabout ablaze. So the Barbalese embassy caught fire, which was the big emergency that saw Kay running around, and then we found a body in there. That's true. Manny Kochin wasn't involved in Case 4 itself, but he was involved in the backstory case for Case 4. Basically, there's the flashback case from 7 years ago, and then there's the case before that. The KG8 incident. Manny was suspected of killing Callisto Yu's sister in something to do with Cadopia and smuggling, I think. He was acquitted. Then in Turnabout Reminiscence, there was a second killing to do with the Cadopian embassy, and then this is honestly one of the most tangled fucking cases, I think, just in terms of like the events leading to this. And like, if you've played the game up to this point, and everybody here has seen it, then you know the stuff, and I don't really need to explain. But it is genuine, like me trying to do a recap in order to get our thoughts in order. It is hard. It is fucking hard to get every single thing explained, even though in my head I do get it. Yeah. And yeah, supposedly Callisto's the Yatagarasu, except Kay Faraday says her dad was the Yatagarasu, and that she's a fake Yatagarasu, and now she's the Yatagarasu. We also have the magic key that is a flip key that turns into a knife. I think we can... Yeah. Discovered this trick 7 years ago. With it, we were able to corner Miss Yu, but who would have thought we'd see it again after all this time? Yeah, so this little object was used in the last case as a murder weapon in its knife part. In this case, however, it was used as a two-tiered key to unlock a safe. The actual key part unlocks the safe, and then it has a secret back that can only be unlocked by the knife half of the key. So the reason why it's like this and why it turns into a knife, it's like a triple-layered security trick. Because, first of all, you don't know that it switches unless you investigate it carefully or somebody tells you. Second of all, you don't know that the knife part is also a key. Because you'd think, oh, it's just a knife, it's for self-defense. It's a secret knife that the ambassador can turn his key into a knife to maybe, keep himself safe. No, it's also part of the key. It's like layer on layer on layer on layer on layer. At least it isn't three keys that need different temperatures. Oh, God. Don't remind me. And then we have the Alabastian knives. Each embassy, Babal and Alabast, have 3 ceremonial knives that have removable handles. So this is an Alabastian knife that had a Barbalese handle attached to it and was used to kill Manny Kochin. We also have, smuggling evidence. Franziska had 1 page as part of her investigation. Manny Kochin had the other 2 in the secret compartment of his safe. They are written in Cadopian, I believe, and they talk about the smuggling of Barbalese ink, which is one of the crimes that Franziska's trying to deal with. And they implicate Mr. Kochin, and Franziska's frustrated because she had finally found evidence on Mr. Kochin, and he's fucking dead. And there's the Barbalese knife handle that was attached to this murder weapon. They've been separated into 2 pieces of evidence now. So that's all we have. That's all we have. We managed to back Shinar off of accusing Kay, as we found all of that evidence. So now it's 7:44 p.m. We are in the Theatrum Neutralis lobby. Count off! Bud! Shifu! 99 callouts. So all 99 members are most likely here and accounted for, sir.
Well, you're all number 1. Hey, you! Yeah, you. The second number 1 from my right.
Sir, yes, sir?
Here. A birthday present for you.
Could you be slightly louder?
Sure thing.
What?
How's this?
Shifu, I didn't know that you knew all of our birthdays. What a kind heart you have. Shifu, you are more of a man than we'll ever be, sir. I'm really sorry, but it's not my birthday.
Lungzi says, a cub who disrespects others soon feels the disciplinary bite of an elder. That present isn't for you. It's for your younger brother's wife's younger brother. In spirit of this neutral theater, tell him I said hi. And happy birthday, won't you?
Yes, sir? Shifu, I can't believe you remember that much about each of us. Shifu, I'm so moved that I can't stop crying. I should probably leave them to their alone time.
All right, meeting's over. Everyone, head for your posts. Dismissed.
Sir!
Oh, yo! Were you guys there the whole time? I certainly wasn't putting up an act or anything. I got a call from Sheena, and she's already filled me in. It sounds like you're out to get in my way again.
I have absolutely no intention of interrupting your investigation. I simply request that you grant me permission to investigate the Alabastian embassy.
And what if I say no?
Objection!
Agent Lang, this man is my subordinate. As I have received permission from the ambassador, he is to be extended the same rights.
Sorry, sis, but it's not that simple.
What are you trying to math? How is this the first time they're seeing a gift? Because with that many people and that many degrees of separation that he's celebrating, it should be someone's birthday every single day. Yeah, but have you considered this as a put-on?
Hey, don't you remember the birthday paradox? You know, if you have more than 23 people in the room, some of them are bound to have duplicates. At least 50% of the time. Alabast has the strictest immigration regulations in the world. Or didn't you know? Even among my elite men, about only half of them were admitted into the country. Besides, any more cooks in the kitchen, and we might spoil the soup. If you get what I mean.
I mean, it should be broth. That is the saying, is broth.
I know.
How dare you make such assumptions?
Don't take this the wrong way, but I thought I was in charge of Alabast, Miss Von Karma.
Oh, are you the president now?
Look, try to understand, okay? Things over in Alabast are a bit of a mess right now.
What do you mean by a bit of a mess?
No one told you? We had an incident in Alabast as well. Someone soiled their pants. This is what we call a decision based on the investigation, Mr. Prosecutor.
Look, Wolfie, just let us in already!
That's not me.
I don't know who it is, I'm gonna wait. Oh, I think I know who it is.
Hold it. Is there a problem here, Agent Lang?
Not really. Just having a discussion about whether or not to let these guys in.
Ambassador Alba, I ask that you please allow these people to join the investigation.
Having a debate because of my country. I'm terribly sorry for placing you good people in that kind of situation. It is all because I lacked the strength to govern well.
please. It is nothing of the sort, Ambassador.
You weakling, Quercus! Curse your frailty and inability to effect change in your country.
What are you...
The thing is, investigations conducted in my country have been under Agent Lang. And it is my judgment that in order to minimize disruption to the investigation, I should leave everything up to Agent Lang.
There. You see?
Oh, no way!
Hold it! Ambassador Alba, I ask you to please reconsider letting them into Alabast.
What's that?
My very own secretary has been murdered in the Barbalese embassy. And he was apparently caught up in some very shady dealings completely unbeknownst to me. So, I ask for your cooperation in our investigation. These aren't much, but I hope they can cover your travel expenses to Babal someday.
All right, I get it. Even if you beg Ambassador Alba, I still have to give the final okay anyway.
All right! You hear that, Mr. Edgeworth? We're in.
Not so fast. Get it? My little crow girl. You're still a witness in the Babal murder. So I'd like you to please stay in the Republic of Babal.
We'll have you deported immediately. Detective Gumshoe, please take good care of Kay for me.
Yes, sir.
Ooh.
Sounds good to me. The fewer troublemakers, the better. Because
Well-
this game doesn't support two partners.
Well, gee, if Kay is not going with us, and Gumshoe's not going with us, then who's our investigative partner going to be? Real mature, you two.
Hey, Mr. Edgeworth.
Yes.
So I wanted to ask for a while now, but that lady over there, is she who I think she is?
Ah, that's right. I didn't introduce the two of you yet.
Franziska von Kama, the prosecutorial prodigy. It's nice to see you again. Oh, I knew it! You're the whip lady! You may address me as Miss von Kama. Miss von Karma, I leave the investigation of Alabast in your hands. Thanks. Rest assured, I will outsmart both the smuggling ring and the Yatagarasu.
The smuggling ring, hmm? Perhaps I should ask Franziska a bit more about them before I head into Alabast. Ah, and I mustn't forget to thank Ambassador Polino for all that he's done for me. I mean... I don't really trust his motives, but sure. We once again are in the lobby. Lots of people to talk to here. Can we go back to Babal? No investigative partner. Totally empty. May I ask you to please move out of the way? I'm sorry, sir, but we are currently clearing the area beyond the fallen burnt brush. I ask for your patience until we are done. Very well. Oh, and I hope the brush clearing goes smoothly. National flag of Republic of Babal, Butterfly, Barbalese Embassy, which sits to the right of the theater, and the Alabastian Embassy, which sits to the left. Something has happened in each of the two embassies, and unconventional methods will be required to solve both of these mysteries. Flowers are a gift from Global Studios. They seem to be prospering quite a bit thanks to their constant stream of hit shows. There is a flat panel of VCR and a row of Steel Samurai videos on the table. There might be a clue among these. I'd better check the titles of these videos. My, the things I put myself through for the sake of the investigation. Whip Lady reminds me of Bone Man. Well, see, Snip's not going to get that context. But we have now Shilong Lang Boasts he has the highest arrest rate in Interpol. And Quercus Alba, 72, Ambassador of Alabast, retired army man. May explain why he's overly harsh on himself. The Steel Samurai and Jammin' Ninja stage shows were held just beyond these doors. After the Jammin' Ninja show ended, we came out here and were greeted with a fire. Then the appearance of the Yatagarasu and a murder. Far from solving anything yet. Stacks of pamphlets about the two embassies. Oh, Mr. Edgeworth, please take as many as you would like. You'll find that you can cut out the last page and use it as a coupon. I'm afraid I must decline, as I have little interest in them. Wait, I thought Americans loved coupons. That man in the green coat earlier was beyond ecstatic when I gave him some. Ambassador Poleno, I ask that you please not think of him as representative of all Americans. For one thing, he's a cop who isn't a bastard. The flowers are a gift from the Gatewater Imperial Hotel. It appears that their business has boomed since they became a Steel Samurai sponsor. I can see the courtyard and the Alabastian embassy through this window. This side is under the same dire straits as the Babalese side. An incident has occurred on both sides of the building. Why must fate make everything in my life so full of complexities? Flower on the Alabastian flag? The knife with the flower design on it that we found in the Babalese embassy. It would appear that it is definitely connected to the Kingdom of Alabast. Let me just make sure talking to this guy doesn't send me through.
You have been granted permission to enter by Ambassador Alba. Please feel free to enter the Flower Nation, the Kingdom of Alabast.
The Flower Nation, you say? Well, the garden certainly lives up to that name.
Yes, it does. Our rose garden, which is in full bloom right now, is really something else.
If only it wasn't. I could enjoy myself a bit more then. Doesn't like flowers. Detective Gumshoe, I'm counting on you to keep Kay safe.
Yes, sir. You just leave everything to me, sir.
And don't worry, I'll take good care of Gummy for you.
Well, we'll go investigate into the Babal side of things together. Right, Kay?
That's right, Gummy.
All they're missing is the last stooge. Kay, I'm glad you were not hurt, but please refrain from such recklessness, all right? What if you had run into the Yatagarasu? You could have been killed.
Sorry to make you worry like that. I'll be more careful from now on.
Good girl. It's good to conduct some self-reflection every once in a while.
It's funny, you know, when I talk with you, Mr. Edgeworth, it's like I'm talking with my father.
Is that so? Do I really seem that old to... Ambassador Poleno, I am in your debt.
No, it's nothing.
Because it's about all I can do for you, I'm afraid. I only ask that you please bring Manny's killer to justice. I will, Ambassador, on my honor.
Wow, you're so sensational. You've really piqued my curiosity. I know they aren't much, but know that I'm giving them to you wholeheartedly.
No, that's quite all right for the 10th time.
Oh, well, how about this then?
What exactly is it?
It's fountain pen ink, known as Babalese ink. It's made exclusively in Babal.
So this is Babalese ink?
We make it from wheat crystal oil, which is mined through our mineral mines. Our miners are fantastic workers, not a 1/18. Please accept this ink. One dip of your fountain pen in this, and you can write for hours in your organizer.
How fortunate for me. The ink in my pen just happened to have run out. I gladly accept your gracious gift. Babalese ink, jotted down in my organizer.
Great! Wonderful! I guarantee to you that writing with our ink is an unforgettable experience. And since we don't export it, if you run out, you're always welcome to come and visit our fair nation.
Talk about cornering the customer along with the market. Special wheat crystal oil-based ink, limited export because of some specific reason. Yeah, profiteering. And he tries to give you the coupons again if you don't forget.
I just think that they do this because
Normally when you've, like, collected a piece of evidence that won't repeat the conversation. Just can't collect it twice. But, You've made so much progress in your investigation in such a short period of time. It's truly amazing.
Agent Higgs, whose help I had requested, was cut down before he completed his task. There is no room for further failure in my perfect investigation.
In spite of that, I believe you were able to obtain some insight into the ring, correct?
It was nothing. I simply made some deductions based on the smuggled item I was following.
You mean the Barbalese ink? But why are there restrictions on the export of Barbalese ink to begin with?
That's classified Interpol info.
Hold it! Franziska, as your subordinate, I'm part of your investigation now. Don't you think it would be beneficial if I was as well informed as you?
Point taken. Very well, I'll fill you in. Recently we discovered some very well-made counterfeit bills circulating in Jung Farm.
Counterfeit bills?
Yes. As you may have deduced, the counterfeits are being made with Babal's special Barbalese ink. And it's virtually impossible to distinguish bills made with Barbalese ink from real ones. Thus, it was only natural for Interpol to keep an eye on the Republic of Babal.
Ha! Not profiteering, it's limited because it can be used to make really good counterfeit money. That's where this document comes into play, correct?
Correct. Mr. Cochin was smuggling large amounts of Barbalese ink. Furthermore, he was charged with running the embassy's printing equipment. That's all the evidence I need to know that he was the head of the smuggling ring. However, there remains one tiny problem.
Let me guess. You still have yet to find the counterfeit bills. Or the smuggled ink.
Yes, and while we're listing things, I might as well add the counterfeit plates to the pile. Since we haven't been able to locate any of these items in the Barbalese embassy, we're looking into the Alabastian embassy next. It doesn't matter where they're hidden, mark my words, I will find them.
Well, shall we get going?
Hold it!
What's wrong, Kay?
I didn't get permission to enter Alabast, so we're gonna go gather whatever info we can over on the Barbalese side, okay?
Alright, I'm counting on you two.
Right, and I'm counting on you and Miss Von Karma to sniff out clues in Alabast. Oh, and Mr. Edgeworth, if you happen to come across my phony, you let me know, okay? If you tell me, I'll rush on over straight away no matter where you are.
I'll let you know when the time comes. March 14, 8:17 p.m. Alabastian Embassy, Ambassador's Office.
What do you think you're doing to my subordinate?
Are we ready? The Steel Samurai gave Edgeworth an autograph. The Steel Samurai knew who he was. Now, the Steel Samurai's taken off his mask, and Edgeworth seems awfully unhappy about what he's seeing.
Edgy! Oh, thank the heavens you're here! I'm in a really, really big pickle, your lordship! The raven, it appeared, poof, and then disappeared, swoosh! And though I am the Steel Samurai, my sword, it... I'm so confused! I don't know what anything means anymore! Who is this fruitcake? I am Larry, of the House of Bites. Married man of Neo Oldie Tokyo, m'lady. Oh, I remember. This person is one of your friends, isn't he, Miles?
Yes. Frighteningly enough, he is.
Hey! What's up with that answer? Your best bud is in a bind, and you act like it's no big deal?
Phoenix is in trouble?
Hey!
What sort of bind are we talking about here?
The suspect kind. I accidentally became a suspect in a murder.
Again. I see. That is quite the bind. Not that we're in the least bit surprised. Yes, I pretty much expected this news. From the instant I saw this unlucky face. His name is Larry Butts. I've known him since grade school, and for as long as I've known him, he has been the world's largest source of trouble with a capital T.
Hey! What kind of introduction is that? You're so mean, Edgy. If you're not careful, you might find your tiny number of friends go down by one.
That was uncalled for. Besides, you're... Wait, hold on. Larry! It was you? You're the one who wrote my Steel Samurai autograph?
Oh, you didn't notice earlier? I even winked at you through my headpiece.
What's going on? And why are you betrayed? Sorry. But could you not speak to me right now?
Hold it! Oh, sorry. Am I interrupting your comical yet melodramatic play?
Huh. So this is the incident you mentioned earlier.
Mr. Prosecutor, this man, this childhood friend of yours, is our prime suspect.
Larry Butts, age 25, the man under the Steel Samurai mask. Sadly, he is a friend from grade school.
Of what, you ask? Of the murder of a man whose head snuck into this embassy. Mask Star Damask Second.
Mask Star Damask the Second?
Yeah, I pronounce it that way. Deal with it.
That's not the thief I was looking for. Only Larry could get himself into yet another mess as fine as this. But no matter what the facts seem to say, Larry is not the type to commit murder. Still, it's a rather daunting stroke of misfortune I've struck. I have to prove that Larry Butts is innocent of all wrongdoing. Shifu, we've identified the victim.
Good work. I'll take that report now.
Agent Lang, would you mind if I took a peek into... Hang on. This is the room we were having the conversation in, right? Did we move? Did we go to another... Why are we shocked by the murder? The body is Like, I'm trying to figure out if the game cut and moved us into the room with the murder victim, or if, like, when we ran into the samurai, we were in this room. Because sure, like, the camera was not featuring the body, but where Edgeworth and Francisco were standing, they should have been seeing the rather provocatively, or well, not provocatively, but like eye-catchingly dressed dead man. Anyway. Agent Lang, would you mind if I took a peek at it as well?
What did I tell you earlier, Mr. Prosecutor? Don't get in my way! There's only enough flesh here to feed one wolf. I didn't know I was a cannibal, and that one is me. So, no, you may not take a peek. You can just glance at it from this distance, but...
Yeah, I mean, we appear to be peeking already, but alright. We peeked in Ace Attorney Investigations 1. But Agent Lang!
Hold it. Agent Lang, will you allow an investigator such as myself to take a look?
Ah, yes, of course. You, let the detective see the file. Wait, Callisto's here?
Because Demon Dragon said better music?
No, I said you.
Oh, God. I didn't even think about it. Got done by my own joke. Anyway, you're Detective Bad.
You're the prosecutor, Mr. Edgeworth, right?
You don't look a day older.
They only really wanted to make one model for the new character.
Eagle-eyed homicide detective. His partner was killed 7 years ago, and he's here after Callisto Yu. Kay was allowed to age. Franziska aged. Made a new model for her.
God, I wish I didn't age. Maybe I should become a side character.
So that's like you're gonna say maybe I should become a cop. Like, yeah, in the real world that does not help you stop aging. That speeds it up. Fancy meeting you here, detective.
You weren't expecting me. Kept you waiting, huh? Ever since that day 7 years ago, I've chased after the Yatagarasu non-stop. I even pressured Interpol into keeping me in the loop, in case a card was ever found.
What incredible dedication to the case.
Detective Bad just he speaks like the edgy 15-year-old kid in Discord. Like he just constantly every sentence ends in the ellipses.
Yeah, it's like I guess it's meant to be like because I don't always respect them. Sometimes I just talk over them because I don't necessarily know that I agree with the direction of the way the dialogue is written down, but I think it's meant to be like he's, always laid back. He's obviously the lollipop in his mouth is meant to look like a cigarette. It's like he's just speaking slowly and aloof, but
and rough.
Yeah, it doesn't. I think the modern lens makes it look like edgy teen bullshit, whereas it's meant to be more like, 1940s film noir protagonist sort of thing. Anyway,
Detective Bad knows the Yatagarasu's Mo very well. You call it MO, I call it Mo.
Yeah, you're better at that than
And
me.
his passion for the chase hasn't died down in these 7 long years. It's something I can respect. But, Detective Bad, I must ask, are you going to make an ally out of this prosecutor?
My only goal is to arrest the Yatagarasu. If he can get to the bottom of this case, then I'm willing to share info with him or anyone else.
I am in your debt, Detective Bad. And now we're talking to him. Have my prosecutor's badge. Detective Bad, I'm wondering if you might be able to tell me something about this.
Sorry, but I don't give a hoot about things that aren't related to the Yatagarasu.
It looks like nothing about you has changed in these 7 years, huh?
Daughter of Von Karma, you're still just a sapling of a prosecutor, so...
I'll have you notice I've already grown into a stately tree of a prosecutor!
Huh. Is that right?
Is he just toying with Franziska? He seems to be enjoying this quite a bit. Let's just present all of these so that we can get him to provoke her over and over and over again and somehow remain unwhipped. I wonder if you might take a look at this, Detective Bad.
Yeah, I heard. Cochin's dead. What a waste.
He's staring at his mirror with his eyes unfocused and his jaw clenched tight. Detective Bad, this is something you absolutely need to see.
What is that doing here? I've been looking for that for 7 long years. Never in my wildest dreams did I imagine this turn of events. Without a doubt, this means that she is involved. That you, woman.
No, I'm a man.
Shut up.
Detective Bad, if you could please take a look at this for me.
I see. The truth that lies beyond this piece of evidence is not gonna be fun. Are you ready to take it on?
Of course I am.
I don't know how close to the truth you are, but there are only a few things I can say. So listen up and listen well. Don't ever lose your detective spirit.
That would be a good piece of advice, if I was a detective. Same thing for the Barbalese. Note that we're not allowed out of this conversation. We have to talk to him before the game will let us free roam or anything. About the murder of Damask II, would you be willing to fill me in on a few of the details?
When the Yatagarasu showed up, Agent Lang and I took ourselves off guard duty and put ourselves in charge of directing things at this crime scene. Taking advantage of the chaos, Damask II, he broke into this embassy. Probably to steal some treasure or another.
And I suppose he lost his life when he was forced to fight someone else in this room. Why exactly was that man placed under arrest, Detective?
That samurai?
He was born looking suspicious, but not for the reasons you suspect, I assure you. As you can plainly see, he is completely inept and harmless.
Well, it was just a random guess. It's not like he's actually under arrest. Yet. Tonight, here at the Alabastian Embassy, Ambassador Alba was to give a commemorative speech. And that's when the Yatagarasu showed. But keep in mind, the Yatagarasu isn't who I'm talking about right now. Those seats, for the guests who had been called to sit in them, were empty.
A no-show? Who was it that failed to take their seat?
The Steel Samurai. Until the speech was to begin, each member of the entire Steel Samurai family was to wait in a separate room. However, for some weird reason, that man was spotted in a different location than his assigned room at that time.
And where was he?
He was on the roof, with one of his legs down a chimney. That chimney leads directly into this room.
Mary Butts, you've really outdone yourself this time. What were you thinking? In any case, I believe it's high time for me to start my investigation. Begin investigation. Alabast. And our investigative partner is Adult Franziska. Yes? I've only just arrived in this room myself, which is why we need to investigate some more.
Yes, I agree.
Our priority should be on understanding what the current situation is.
Of course. I was planning to do that from the very beginning.
In that case, hurry up and start the investigation already.
I will, so let's get started. In order to find out the truth behind what happened here, I should start by gathering as much information as I can.
Mask the mask. I see that yet another weirdo has popped up in my absence.
Yes, and as I understand it, he was a brilliant thief to whom the world was his oyster. He stole extremely valuable objects one after another for a while. Detective Gumshoe was in charge of the case, and not once did he catch Damask.
I had already researched all that, you know.
Last year, when Damask gave himself up and was finally arrested, he was apparently represented by that man. Knowing him, I'm almost curious as to how insane that trial turned out to be.
Indeed.
But why would anyone want to kill Damask? I should really find out some more about the victim. So Ron Delight is dead?
What exactly is that hideous fashion faux pas of a costume he's wearing supposed to be? I feel like I've seen it somewhere before. But there's something different about it, from what I remember.
That costume is from the very first Steel Samurai. It's a live-action superhero show on television, beloved by children and adults alike. The Steel Samurai's weapon is the samurai spear, and it is with the samurai spear that he performs his special attacks, which enthrall all who watch them in action.
You seem to know quite a bit.
Not at all. And in any case, Franziska, I believe the samurai you are familiar with is the second one, the Nickel Samurai, which was part of that case last year. Do you recall that case?
Yes, I remember. Although I'd much rather it stay buried in the depths of my shoulder, mind.
Not that I blame her. She was shot during the course of that trial. I fear she may still be suffering great trauma over the shooting.
Anyway, that aside, it looks like the Steel Samurai is the suspect this time.
Yes, although that's because of who is inside the costume rather than the character. That's right! If he is the Steel Samurai!
Miles Edgeworth, have you been in shock over something this whole time?
No, I'm not in shock over anything. I wanted to forget that I had received the Steel Samurai autograph from Larry. But the autograph, the drawing of the samurai spear, the caricature of his face... Why did he waste so much time on the most useless parts of the autograph?
Hey, Edgy, did you say something?
No, I didn't say anything!
Recently, incredibly well-forged counterfeit bills have been found coming out of Zhongfa. Counterfeits made using Barbalese ink, that is. The smuggling rings that I've been chasing is the group behind the whole operation. But mark my words, no one involved with it will escape my whip. They will all know pain.
What am I getting whipped for?
You are the protagonist. The protagonist gets whipped.
Miss Von Karma, what do you think of this piece of evidence?
Well, since you asked so nicely as my subordinate, I'll answer you. However, as your superior, I must also make sure that my subordinates grow on the job. Therefore, please gather your own thoughts together first, and then try presenting a game.
That goes for everything from the first half, I'm pretty sure.
We were able to finally obtain the proof of the smuggling operation through Interpol, so remember to take extra care when handling it, my subordinate.
She's enjoying the power trip of calling me her subordinate just a tad too much. Yeah, we've shown her the first half from last week. No matter how hard you try, you'll never be a necessity in our Shifu's investigation. Is that a fact? But no matter how good he is bound to overlook something. If you insult our Shifu, then prepare to be punished.
Oh? And how exactly would you punish us?
Every investigator under Shifu's command will work to disrupt your investigation. Vindictive much?
Bad is just a repeat of the conversation we've already had with him.
You did some investigating over in the Babalese embassy too, right?
I did. Is there a problem?
Lang Zi says, a wolf who aims to hunt for 2 rabbits at once.
I believe the idiom you require is, he who runs after 2 hares will catch neither.
Well, Lang Zi says a real wolf can catch both.
I see.
So what are you trying to say, seeing as how I am currently handling 2 cases?
Suit yourself. But don't say I didn't warn you. Lung Z was ADHD incarnate.
Evidently. That tree is in the building. As are the birds in their nest. Right, I'm going to skip Larry for now, because presumably there's going to be a decent talk with him. Let's just look around this desk area. 2 gorgeous flowers are in full bloom here. I'm sure flowers as lovely as these must have an equally as lovely name.
Miles Edgeworth, are you done staring? I should hardly think passion flowers are all that rare.
Passion flowers? That's a rather unusual name.
It was named by priests in the 15th century for the Passion of Christ.
As they say, you learn something new every day. Passion flowers date are jotted down in my organizers so that I may remember its name. 2 large flowers in bloom. The vines are supported by stakes and are still growing. Can we get a look at the tree? I don't think so. I reckon we're just going to go straight to the flowers.
So are we all just gonna be standing here staring at Miles walking around the office?
Yes, that's how it tends to work. This must be Ambassador Alba's desk.
His notebook is open on his desk. He must have been in the middle of some important work. Sapling growth law.
It finally sprouted today. Funny. It doesn't look like important work to me.
That's because you're not looking closely enough.
It's a fireplace, and by the looks of it, I don't think it's been used recently.
Yes, I can't say that I see anything unusual about it. The person shaking hands with the steel samurai in this picture is Ambassador Alba.
It was taken just before the murder.
The steel samurai must be very popular. They're even using the national treasure as backdrop.
I just don't understand. What exactly is so great about Top Knot there?
Clearly there is a depth to this show that a young person like you cannot fathom.
Speaking of young people, aren't young children the target audience of this show of costumed actors?
Taken in front of Alabaster's statue before murder. Moments before murder. And it's already framed? Like, that is from, like, less than an hour ago, but he's got it in a picture frame on the table? The counterpart to the Barbalese butterfly is the Alabastian flower.
The butterfly and flower, they're both lovely things. But can't we interpret this to mean that Alabast provides honey to Babal?
Francisca, can't you come up with a more meaningful or profound comment?
Very well then, let's hear what sort of profound comment you could come up with.
Well, flowers cannot survive without the butterflies that spread their pollen. Butterflies cannot live without the nectar that flowers provide. If either one were to disappear from the equation, neither would survive. How was that, Ms. Von Karma?
Your explanation took so long that I nearly fell asleep. Then, let's continue the investigation.
Francisca, why can't you just admit I had something there? There are some weapons on display on this wall. Crossbow, and under that, a set of knives bearing a flower motif. They must be the counterparts to the Barbalese knives, which means that the blades inside these scabbards should match the blade that was used to kill Mr. Cochin. I don't think so. I reckon one of them is going to be from Babal, because we know an Alabastian knife is in our evidence, and yet there's 3 here. I can spot absolutely no difference between this Primiduck statue and Babal's.
The statue's face looks a bit like that costume's hero you like so very much. I only wonder why you Americans have such an affinity for this kind of face.
The statue wasn't made by an American, you know. At least I don't suppose so. Why is there a weapon on display in a place like this?
why there are no... I wonder why there are no VIPs on display here.
It's the Steel Samurai's primary weapon, the Samurai Spear.
Isn't it awesome? I totally fell for this thing. It's sleek and shiny, just like my heart. It comes at you like whoosh. When you hold it, you just want to live life like bam.
You do well to watch what you say, Larry. Although it is just as Larry says, the spear is quite the symbol of valor. However, speaking of spears, aren't you supposed to use them by thrusting the point straight into your opponent? I'm not entirely convinced this spear is up to the task.
What's wrong, Edgy? You're just staring off into the distance. Oh, I get it. Tell you what, I'll tell the studio to make you one, okay? But this one's mine.
Did I say anything about wanting one? Maybe I can shut him up if I show him the piece of evidence that will point something out about this spear. Maybe later.
What is that plant supposed to be?
Franziska, can't you see that it's supposed to be a likeness of Ambassador Alba?
Miles Edgeverse, as a subordinate, you have a lot of nerve telling me what to think. I look forward to your next salary assessment next month.
You are deluding yourself if you think you have any control over that. I'm not Gumshoe.
They're not wrong. It does have sort of a face and a nose.
And Alba is quite tree-like. Not that we've seen much of him just yet. Knives adorned with flowers are on display here. I suspect that these are the counterparts to the Barbalese knives. The blades of these knives should match the blade of the knife that killed Mr. Cochin. What? One of the knives is missing its blade. Let's see if the two pieces, the blade and the handle, fit each other. Of course it will.
It would appear that they fit together quite well, almost seamlessly.
Then that means that an Alabastian knife did find its way into Babal.
But how?
Well, idiots, I think someone might have brought it there. But okay, yeah, we want more concrete proof. There's a deduce here, but let's wait until we finish examining everything. Now this is the same dialogue, looking at the plant directly as it is from... Oh, now we're in Larry. I didn't mean to do that, but okay. Larry, there are a few things I need to ask you about.
Hey, how about that? I got a few things I gotta ask you, too.
What is it?
It's like, both you and him. How is it that the two of you always manage to have some cute or hot girl by your side? And Francie, what about that promise you made to me?
Promise? What promise?
The one where you said you would model for my next book, Francie's Whippity Whip Trip. Yow!
I made no such promise.
Ever since grade school, we had a certain saying about Larry. When something smells, it's usually the butts. One needs to look no further than this man to find the king of troublemakers. Let's present everything to him. Larry, I wonder if you might know what this is.
Nope, not a clue.
You didn't even look at it!
Nah, that's because the only thing I can see right now is the form of my lovely Francie.
Oh? In that case, allow me to help you sear my form into you for all eternity.
Ah! Ah! Whippity Whip Trip!
Now this is a trip I'm willing to endorse. Especially if we can finally get some peace here. That said, I'm reasonably certain that costume is property of Global Studios, and the damage sustained will most likely be billed to her. Hehehe.
Oh, hey, it's the Steel Samurai.
I want you to answer this for me, Larry, and depending on the answer, I may let you live. The Steel Samurai that was up there on that stage, was that really you?
Yep, sure was.
Larry! You!
You? Where is she?
No,
Steel Samurai Sushi Slice!
I was moved by the performance of this man! This completely useless, worthless bum! I fear I may never recover from this. So it's 4 whips per repetition of this dialogue. So we're up to 12 whips so far. 16. $20. 24. 28.
He seems to enjoy the last one.
32.
'I think at this point he's just riling you up so that he can get whipped more.
36. 40.
That's as many as 4 tens. I think you missed one. I'm just kidding.
It's
I didn't,
48
I
now.
didn't count it.
Someone wants to go back and count. They can. They might get surprised. Anyway, we have conversations with him, but we also have the body, and I think that's it. Unless we can leave. Can we leave? No.
There are decorative plants here as well. This room is overflowing with nature.
Humans used to live in the grandeur of nature once, long ago. I believe I'm not mistaken in thinking that those people truly loved nature.
This is coming from a man who loves shows featuring costumed actors.
Ah, she just had to go there again, didn't she? There was a grandfather clock just like this one earlier in the Bobblese embassy. You know, symmetry is a fine thing, but their interior design really suffers for it.
Really? I think this clock actually fits the decor of the room quite well.
I suppose the wood does suit the all-natural atmosphere of the room.
Its design and the material it's made of strikes a good balance with the plants.
Hey, you two! Now's not the time to be talking about interior decorating, you know? Hurry up and save me!
He looks like he's got a horn.
Be quiet! Ah! This is all part of my elite investigation. All you need to do is be quiet and watch.
Actually, I do believe Larry has a point for once. There. It was the exact same statue sitting in that Bobblese office we examined.
It's the Primadox statue. It was the natural treasure of the Principality of Codopia. There was only one of these statues, meaning that one of the two is a replica. But both Alabaster and Babal claim to have the real thing.
What an incredibly childish fight to have.
Are you kidding me? You and I would do the exact same thing.
True. That doesn't make it less childish. It's a Primadox statue. There was one of these on the Bobblese side as well.
I hear it's very valuable and made of pure gold. It was the national treasure of Codopia. There was only one of these statues, meaning that one of the two is a replica. But both Alabaster and Babal claimed to have the real thing and won't budge from their claim. What an incredible childish fight to have, yada yada yada.
Almost the exact same wall mount for the knives on the Bobblese side, but I can't see any of the details from this distance. counterpart to the Bobbly's butterfly is the Alabastian flower.
So butterfly and flowers, they're both lovely things. And I'm going to repeat the dialogue that I say outside of this little window.
There we go. Okay. As I recall, aren't you calling yourself Laurice Dunim now?
That's Donim! Laurice Donim! Get that straight into your head, Edgy. Ow, 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 ow!
Now I remember, you're that rude, pale imitation of a real artist.
No, you got it all wrong! I gave up on that whole Laurice business. I gotta have a new gimmick in every game I appear in as part of my contract. Besides, when Bangelina left me and my heart in pieces, that's when Mindy walked into my life. She's been so good to me that I wanted to help her in some way. And I figured I could, through the Steel Samurai outfit.
Your inane blathering makes less and less sense each time we meet.
I believe he's saying that his girlfriend is into role-playing. I believe he's saying that he picked up this part-time job as the Steel Samurai so that he may attempt to capture the heart of the actress who plays the Pink Princess.
You got it! I knew you'd know what I meant, Edgy.
Not really. It's not so much as I understood, but a simple deduction based on your usual M.O., Larry. Larry, I'd like you to confess right now to everything you did tonight.
Confess? Hey, don't tell me you suspect me too! How dare you? I'll bite your finger off!
Nonsense. I don't believe you have the mental acuity needed to plan and execute a murder. However, we are still talking about you here, so I find it hard to believe that nothing happened.
Wait, you's here?
No, Detective Pad. For past experience has taught me that you are always at the center of some insane event.
Exactly. That's why we need to get her. Edgy! How could you be so mean, stabbing me with your words like that?
Unfortunately, I don't have the time to search out a key to unlock your heart at this time. Sora being unavailable, having recently signed a contract with Smash Brothers. So I suggest that you cooperate and tell me what you know.
Okay, I get it. Just stop Francie from whipping me from behind. I prefer it where I can see it. Oh, I guess you know what I did, right, Edgy?
I can't even begin to imagine. However, I imagine that whatever you were up to is probably beyond my imagination. Let's have a long, drawn-out conversation with Shilong Lang about his imagination again, shall we? That was fun. So you will tell me what exactly you did, Larry?
Nope, not yet, Edgy. It'll take more than that to loosen my lips. A lot more!
Confess.
Now.
Okay, well, I was up on the roof.
And why exactly were you up on the roof?
Ah, you know, that wintry custom and the legendary hero.
Legendary?
Hero?
Santa Claus!
Santa
Claus.
I wanted to do that thing he does, so I climbed up to one of the chimneys. But when I got there was smoke pouring out of the chimney.
Yes, that's the point of a chimney ladder, Larry. And?
Well, I couldn't go down the chimney with smoke coming up. I'd die. So I gave up.
Larry, you do realize that Santa Claus does not exist, right?
Of course I know! I did graduate from junior high, you know.
Then you should also understand this. If Santa was real, he would be the biggest unlawful trespasser in history.
Ah, crud!
It is your attempt to imitate Santa that has landed you as the prime suspect in this murder.
Come on, man. What's so wrong with pretending to be Santa?
Let's start with the fact that it will be the Ides of March in a matter of hours. Santa only visits homes on December 24th. That's in December!
No! no! Hey, wait a sec, we're not in court.
Look at the body. Let's look at the body. So this is the victim, Damask II.
What is with his gaudy outfit? You don't know about Mask Damask. A few months ago, this thief caused a lot of havoc on the populace.
So this thief is separate from the Yatagarasu?
I thought they were for a while, because their MO and targets were different. Damask likes high-value trinkets and jewels, and being gaudy is his signature. Gumshoe was in charge of that investigation, so he'd know more about Damask.
That's alright. All I'd probably hear are tales of his failure anyway.
You haven't changed a bit, I see.
In any case, let's get started here, shall we? Every suspicious nook and cranny. Hat.
There's not a single shred of fashion sense in Damask's costume.
Well, at least I can appreciate the great effort he must have put into making it.
You two don't know? You can buy this costume almost anywhere now.
It's being sold. Since when?
Since around New Year's. The streets are practically flooded with them. Turns out Damask is a lot more popular than I thought he'd be.
I can't believe that foolish fool would dress in fool's clothing to act foolishly.
We got your point about 3 foolishes back, Franziska.
I suppose this was the wrapping cloth Damask II used to carry his stolen goods. But there's nothing wrapped in it now. I guess he never did manage to get his hands on whatever it was he was out to steal. There's not a single shred of fashion sense in Damask's costume.
Well, at least I can appreciate the great effort he must have put into making it. Alright, so the costume is all that. We've got the sword, possibly the face, and then the note. So this is the murder weapon in this case.
There's blood on the blade. It's a rather sweeping sword, isn't it?
What did you expect? It's Steel Samurai Daddy's secondary weapon. I only call it his secondary because although he uses his sword in most of his battles, it's his trusty samurai spear that he turns to in a real fight.
Sorry, where did Daddy come from?
He is the married man of Neo Old Tokyo.
You sure know quite a bit about the Steel Samurai.
That's only because I saw the stage show earlier. The owner of this sword is the Steel Samurai. Or in other words, Larry. I should probably ask him about it, as detrimental as it is to proving him innocent.
I'm sorry, I just... Edgeworth's calling someone Daddy.
Daddy Samurai's got a trustworthy spear.
Why is this facing a different direction in the photo with the Steel Samurai? Anyway, samurai sword. We can say katana.
Now. Eat your hamburgers, Kev.
What is he holding? Looks like a piece of paper from a notepad. It would appear that directions on how to reach this room were written by hand. There is something written on the back as well.
I'd like you to steal the Primadox statue in this room. What is that supposed to mean? Who writes a note to themselves like that?
If I had to guess from the text, I would say that this is actually a request from someone about what to steal. Just who is the person that requested the theft of the Primadox statue? So Mask Damask is a hired thief? We can't see the back, only the front is zoomed in on, but we have Alabast Primaduck statue, 5th floor ambassador's office. It's just directions. I thought that Damask had quit the business.
This guy, he's just a copycat using the name, a phony successor. He's just another petty thief. His real identity is an out-of-work guy by the name of Kashino. He's 29 and really liked to gamble. Wanted on larceny charges. From his clothes and what he was carrying, we determined that this guy is the real Damask II.
The cause of death appears to be the loss of blood from the back of his head. And there he is. Kashino. It seems that he was struck with something very hard. In other words, he was bludgeoned to death. Can we take a look at this? We had a deduce video, didn't we? Yes. So if we deduce the statue, can we point out that it's the wrong way around here? Eureka! Yep. Look at this photo and tell me what you find odd about this scene, Ms. Von Karma.
The apparent joy on the ambassador's face as he shakes that top-knot's hands?
That's not it. I was trying to point out that the statue in the photo is facing a different way.
You're right!
This statue is a national treasure. As such, only an ambassador or a secretariat-level person is allowed to handle it. The fact that the statue is facing one way in this photo, and now it's facing a different direction in this preserved crime scene, is proof that someone touched this statue around the time of the crime. Just because only certain people are allowed to touch it, doesn't mean that only certain people could have touched it on account of the fact that it's out in the fucking open! Anyway, I think they said talk to Larry about something else. Yeah. Larry, about the samurai sword that was used as the murder weapon.
Oh, that. Well, I shook hands with the ambassador in this room, you know.
Yes, apparently you did.
And, well, I totally forgot about it and left it behind when I left afterwards. You want to talk about shock? I was the most shocked of all when I heard it killed someone. Shocked! Foolish fool, looking especially foolish for foolishly stating such a foolish excuse. You forgot to take something that big with you? Who would believe such a tale?
Sorry, Ms. Von Karma, but I believe him. Because if anyone could forget something like that, it would be Larry Butts.
Gee, you believe me? I just knew that our friendship was something special.
Anyway, even if Larry had simply forgotten the sword and left it behind, that in no way clears his name. Which means that I will have to prove his innocence from a different angle. Four more whips.
Hey, that's an official Steel Samurai weapon. Huh? What? You want me to do it? Aw, you have no idea how many fans ask that of me.
What are you prattling on about now?
Steel Samurai Sushi Slice! How was that? I bet it sent shivers up your spine.
I let myself get caught up in being a spectator. How could I have failed myself? I think... Unless there's more from the bad. No. Well, we could present things to him.
So, he clutched this note as he went about his business. He was a poor excuse for a criminal. On top of which, he was only following in someone else's footsteps. What a small fry. I've been a detective for a long time. I can see straight through these people.
He really has a different air about him. If only Gumshoe could understand that and be more like Detective Bad. Nothing for the sword, though. Or for this. Okay, I think Andrew said something about the spear. There was something wrong with it. Namely, it's bent. I don't know that a drawing is a good proof of that, but it is bent. Yeah, he hasn't been shot at in the last 7 years. Either that or they, you know, didn't want to change his model in any way.
He's only been shot at in his holiday coats.
Larry, about this spear. Oh! Are you feeling it? Bam! I thought there was something strange about this spear. Tell me, Larry, is it just me, or is the spear a bit bent?
What? No way! It's exactly as it should be, yo!
I have here the autograph you wrote for me earlier. Now take a good look at this which you drew with your own hands. You can see that the spear is clearly of a different shape. What do you have to say to that?
I'm sorry! When I hold the spear in my hands, all of a sudden I feel super powerful. And then during practice I was spinning it around and BAM! It hit the wall. Hold it! You unbelievable! This is an embassy! But I've always been like that, ever since I was a kid. One time on an overnight field trip, I bought a fake sword and played with it late that night. I'm just a useless, hot-blooded man!
Larry, clarify that for me, will you?
Okay, so it was some field trip and I began to shadow fight with myself.
Not that! I meant what you said earlier about spinning the spear and hitting the wall.
Oh, that!
I thought you meant clarify about the man part.
It's no biggie. It's not like I left a hole or anything.
That's not why I'm asking, Larry. The samurai spear is made of metal. I somehow doubt that a move as simple as spinning it around would cause it to bend.
Man, Edgy, you're so naive.
What? Where did that come from?
Well, you keep calling it the samurai spear, but it's not real. You can't really fight someone with it. Because it's hollow on the inside. You could hit it against practically anything and it would bend.
Is that so?
Don't tell me you thought it was real. Aw, but don't take it the wrong way. I just think that part of your personality is cute.
I see. Your friendship truly is something special, Miles Edgeworth.
That's not friendship, it's utter humiliation.
Yeah, that is quite the bend. I guess that about wraps up my investigation. That's...
Yo, Pink Princess! How are you feeling? Still feeling ill?
The what princess?
Pink Princess.
No, what does the game say the princess is?
P Princess.
And yet another strange character comes out of the woodwork.
And so the Pink Princess also comes to pay the Alabastian Embassy a visit. I believe I may need to speak with her as well. She hasn't said anything yet. But while we've got Franziska... Nothing on the samurai spear, but you'll have something for this. No! Nothing on the sword either? Well, she is allowed to be here, I guess, but it's interesting that she was able to just walk into the murder scene. Who's in there? Ms. Pink Princess, I have a few questions I'd like to ask you. Ms. Pink Princess, if you would please to answer...
This must be what they call fate.
How could this happen? 2 days in a row!
What? What the? Aren't you Miss Oldbag?
Why are you so surprised?
So you're the one they got to play the Steel Samurai. It's too bad I didn't realize that until now.
Your acquaintances with Larry?
Why, yes, we worked at the same company for a little while, you know. That's why it's okay, my edgy poo. You don't need to be jealous. I was in the next room, you know, trying to get in some beauty sleep. But it was so noisy here that I couldn't fall asleep, so I came over to complain. So imagine my shock when I saw my precious edgy poo was waiting here for me. I mean, who could have imagined that you would ever come to a show like this? I guess I've misjudged you, edgy poo.
You misjudged him.
I thought he was trying to avoid me, you know.
That was no misjudgment on your part. That's precisely what I was trying to do.
But it looks like the winds have shifted and he's now willing to be chased after. I'm simply overwhelmed. Don't you worry, edgy poo. I'd chase you for forever, to the ends of the earth.
Isn't that just peachy?
This is one of those rare times when Franziska and I actually see eye to eye. Oh god, she's got a weapon.
What's this? A present for me?
No, obviously, I can't simply give you a piece of evidence.
I see. You're just embarrassed to give it to me in front of all these people. But don't worry, I can wait. A present of love from my edgy poo is beyond worth it.
What's a bother?
If you only knew how much, Franziska. We'll be doing this for a while.
He said 2 days in a row. How did everybody travel from Japanifornia to the small European country?
We're in an embassy. We're not in the country.
Okay, yeah. I'm just silly.
Now, if she'd been on the plane in case 2, that would be weird, but... Now then, what the fuck are you doing here? I thought you were working at Gatewaterland as the Pink Badger?
What are you talking about? That was ages ago.
That was yesterday!
Look, I worked at Global Studios before, a long time ago, right? Well, they called me up this morning, kind of out of the blue, actually.
They called you.
Apparently, the girl who plays the Pink Princess collapsed from a bad cold. It happened so suddenly, so they called me in to be her last-minute replacement.
Do they not have enough people on staff at that studio?
I really couldn't say no, so here I am playing the role of the heroine. Instead of that Mindy girl, I mean. But the poor girl, I feel bad for her. Because they let me stand in for her, she's going to have a terrible time when she returns. I mean, I'm not exactly great at reading that strange font they use. Must be a stand at the very last second. I tripped over the most important lines. I threw that ragdoll instead of the shuriken, and the audience was in an uproar. Because I tell you, they're really just a bunch of simpletons.
You're a rather lively old lady.
So basically you received the stand-in request this morning, correct?
You got it. If you need to see it, I've got it right here. Look.
It appears that she's telling the truth.
Stand-in request from Ms. Wendy Oldbag.
I tell you, my fine acting moved the entire audience to tears.
Yes, tears of laughter, as I recall.
But being famous has its problems too, you know. Here, take a look at this. It's a letter from a stalker! I was just taking my break when I found this stuck under the door to my room. Honestly, you really have to watch out for these kinds of things. Look at what it says. Wendy, I'll be descending on you from above tonight. Your loving knight. How absolutely revolting. I mean, you'd think he could get my name right. There's no accent in my name.
Wait, this horrible handwriting. Where have I seen this before?
Ah, but now that you're here, Edgy Poo, I feel 100% safe.
Huh? Where do I factor into this?
You bust that evil stalker man for my sake, wouldn't you, Edgy Poo?
Well, if you allow me the liberty to handle this in my own way, I'll gladly dispatch a detective to your house later.
Oh, Come on, Edgy Poo, stop being so dismissive and playing hard to get.
Letter from a stalker, jotted down in my organizer.
I like that after all these years, she's still not getting the actual name on her profile, and it's just getting the I believe her name is this.
Yeah. What were you doing at the time of the crime?
What crime? What? After the show was over, I've had nothing but free time on my hands. So I used the fireplace in the room next door to keep my bad hip warm.
Well, a murder occurred in the room right next to yours.
Is that right? Oh, Edgy Poo, I'm so scared. Hold me. Caress me.
If you could please not cling on to my personage.
In any case, I take it then that you failed to show up at Ambassador Alba's speech.
Oh, that? No, I didn't go. I mean, I may have the heart of a young tender maiden, but my body just refuses to cooperate at times. As soon as the show ended, my hips started acting up and got stiff. I could not move at all.
Can you provide proof of your condition?
Oh, you just go on ahead and ask the doctors in the infirmary. They're the ones who carried me from the theater all the way to this embassy.
I have to admit the thought of her not being able to leave the room is rather pleasant. Prosecutor Von Karma, I brought the police dog as you requested, sir.
Good work. You may leave now, officer.
This dog.
I requested the assistance of a dog in our search for the outer garrison.
Looks like you guys have some pretty bright dogs in this country, too. Hey, you're a real cutie, aren't you? Yeah, that's a good boy.
That's the police dog Gumshoe's been taking care of. I think its name is Missile.
What's a fitting name for a police dog that dashes out in front and attacks?
That action alone isn't exactly what's going to solve the case for us, you know.
Now, Missile, I want you to find some clues. Go!
Straight into the fireplace.
Good dog. You really are quite bright, aren't you? Unlike a certain someone I know. Now, what do we have here? What is this? It looks like a small hot dog, but...
Wait, Franziska, isn't that an official samurai dog?
Ah, no, bad Missile! He ate it. I wonder if it's alright for him to eat that.
It's just a meat substance snack featuring the Steel Samurai. I'm sure he'll be fine.
It's quite a bit of information you gathered there in a single quick glance.
You should really be focusing on why there was a samurai dog there in the first place, Larry.
It looks like that snack wasn't all Missile found.
Oh, what do we have here?
It appears to be a lady's undershirt. I wonder if Ambassador Alba might have an interest in cross-dressing.
I somehow doubt that. Doesn't even look like the shirt would fit him. A samurai dog and a lady's undershirt. What are these two items doing in a room like this? Given the circumstances, the lady's undershirt could only belong to one person. I suppose I should get this over with and ask the owner of the undershirt about it.
It was a much bigger help than I thought it would be.
Yes, however, there are a few aspects I don't understand about what he found.
In that case, you should keep on investigating until you do understand. Now, my subordinate, continue with the investigation.
All right, I will. It is with great dread that I proceed and do what I must to solve the case.
We borrowed this dog from the local precinct, but is he really capable of handling this case? I thought police dogs are usually of a much larger breed.
He may be small, but he is an excellent police dog. Furthermore, he was raised by Detective Gumshoe.
You had me thinking the dog was capable until you said he was raised by Scruffy.
Yes, well, I suppose that wasn't the best of arguments to use. It's not her undershirt. She also doesn't care about the letter from Stalker or the stand-in request. I genuinely do not remember who the stalker is. This is, interesting. Hey, Bad, is this your undershirt?
Are you fucking kidding me?
Hey, Larry, do you know about this? Because, like, if it said Mindy... Oh my god, it does say Mindy.
I don't know, it could be Andy.
It does say Mindy. It's from Larry. I was like, who the fuck would write that to Wendy? No, not it. Because he didn't know.
No, it's not Wendy. It's Wendy with an accent. Wendy.
So that's the same line. I assume Lang has got the same line. Yep.
2 rabbits.
Well done. I gotta talk to you about the goddamn undershirt. First, I'll talk to you about the other thing.
Ah, what a strange twist of events. Because they needed a stand-in, I was able to become a heroine, just like that.
I assume that the actual reason you were called in is due to a lack of personnel.
Well, there's that too. But no matter what you say, it's obvious that I have presence. I bet that's how I caught the eyes of the director. I ask you, is being beautiful really such a crime?
I suspect even the director is lamenting the lack of personnel from the depths of his heart.
So this person will be descending on me from above tonight, huh? Oh, Edgy Poo, I'm so scared. Hold me!
If you could please not cling on to my personage.
Honestly, beautiful people have it so hard. All it took was for me to be up on that stage for a little while, and a stalker is born.
Actually, the whole time while you were up on that stage, you were in costume. Therefore, no one should have recognized you or what you looked like underneath.
But there is that thing, you know. They say people can identify you by your aura. So even without seeing my face, my stalker could see the beauty within me. So you see, that's how I charm the pants off of men.
Charm? You? Preposterous. Right, the undershirt. If you could please take a look at this brown-colored undershirt.
Oh, Edgy Poo, what is the meaning of this? Why did you steal that thing from my bags? All you had to do was ask, and I would have gladly given you as many as you'd like.
Thanks, but no thanks. This shirt was found here at the crime scene.
What?
Come now, why don't you just confess and explain what it's doing here?
I know nothing. Nothing, I tell you!
What?
Oh, I admit that I used the fireplace to dry that shirt, but I can't really help the fact that I had to, you know. Wearing that pink princess costume was like being in a sauna. And on top of that, I get fingered as a suspect? That's not how I'd normally like...
Shut up, I don't want to hear that!
You're too cruel, Edgy Poo.
Are you claiming that you never once set foot inside this room?
Of course I am! If I had been the one to find the body, do you think I'd be as calm and relaxed as I am? I tell you, it's always like this. The camera is missing, the lawyer also makes it my fault, they're missing. Speaking of missing, there's a matter of my husband. Can you believe when we got married? He gets stuck. What kind of proposal is that? We're shooting wish for a year. I don't deserve it, but I can't help you. But you marry me, honestly. Men these days!
Well, I don't believe she is lying about her actions, so I can safely assume she really was drying her shirt by the fireplace on a break. And somehow the undershirt managed to move from the next room into this one. I assume the samurai dog was also yours?
Ah, that brilliant mind of yours. You really can see through everything about me.
So the feeling of dread continues, but I suppose I should ask for more details. That samurai dog was yours, right?
Oh, of course, I'm forever yours, my edgy wedgy poo.
If you could just stick to what I asked you!
Edgy, are you and Ms. Oldbag?
No!
You really don't change, do you? When will you learn how to take a joke? Anyway, that samurai dog wasn't mine. Those things are a present from the studio to the embassy. A present?
The studio bigwigs basically told us to play delivery boys. We were supposed to hand the dogs over to the embassy people and tell them hi. They had to pile them all into the pushcart just to move them all. Those studio guys should have delivered those things by themselves, right, Edgy? So, did you deliver the samurai dogs to the embassy staff as per your instructions?
Hey, Edgy, don't just ignore me and my question. Aren't you gonna stick up for me? About that. See, after the show, I went to rest a spell in the dressing room. Because of my bad hip, you know. And there they were. The samurai dogs were just sitting on the dressing room floor.
I suppose you had to make preparations for distributing them after the show.
Well, if by preparation you mean sampling them as well.
Excuse me?
Oh, I tried one and thought they were actually quite good. Sorry, but I just had to find out. I know it was still silly of me to think this, but I figured that since they're for a kids' show, their taste was probably for kids too. But they were so good that I couldn't stop. Before I went back to my room, I just had to help myself to half a dozen or so boxes. As I sat there by the roaring fire, warming them and eating them, I thought, this is... What is it now? Oh, I know. I bet you want a box too, don't you, my edgy poo? Well, who am I to say no to you? But I'll only give you one. The rest are all for me.
Samurai dogs forced onto me.
Looks like the lesson for today is that when the Steel Samurai and the Pink Princess take off their masks, they transform into a pair of annoying troublemakers.
Pretty much. Here, have your dogs back.
This thing really showed me not to underestimate the taste of a snack meant for kids.
Was it really that tasty?
Don't tell me you haven't had one yet. In that case, I'll just have to feed you one. Now open wide. Here comes the hot dog train.
No, that's perfectly all right. I'm currently on the job right now. Good God. How much logic have we built up? 3. Smoke was pouring out of the chimney when Larry thought to climb down it. At the time of the crime, Ms. Oldbag was warming her hip in the room next door. The undershirt was found in this office fireplace. But how did it get there? Well, the smoke came from the fireplace being used, so... There is no trace of this room's fireplace being used.
And your point is?
Smoke was supposedly pouring out of the chimney connected to this fireplace. At least according to Larry. This is a contradiction of facts, is it not?
Are you sure he wasn't just disoriented or something up on that roof?
There is testimony from an investigator that puts Larry at this particular chimney, so no, I don't think it was a mistaken impression on Larry's part. On the other hand, the fireplace in the next room was being used at the time. Where do you suppose the smoke from that fireplace went?
Ah, I see. So what you are proposing is this. The smoke that came out of that chimney was actually from Miss Oldbag's fire. So basically, the fireplaces of neighbouring rooms share one chimney. Is that what you're implying?
Yes, just like Demon Dragon was asking a second ago. Precisely. The undershirt was found in the office fireplace. How did it get there? The office fireplace and the one in Miss Oldbag's room share the same chimney. I don't know how that necessarily teleported it from one fireplace to the other, because it would have to go up and over, but anyway. The lady's undershirt that Missile found.
Ow! Why are you getting all excited over holding onto a lady's undergarment? Miles Edgeworth, you uncouth sea slug. If you know the owner of said undershirt, then hurry up and return it to her already.
You have it all wrong. This is evidence. And the owner of this piece of evidence was in the room next door. And yet, despite that, Missile found it in the fireplace of this room. This lady's undershirt
Are you seriously claiming that it somehow passed through a solid brick wall?
Not quite. The fireplace in this room is connected to a chimney. The other fireplace in the other room is also connected to the same chimney, leading us to the possibility that the two fireplaces are connected to each other.
Perhaps a closer look at the back of the fireplace is in order.
There is an X on the back wall of the fireplace. Let's see if I can't get a better look at it.
But what's in the...
The wall separating this room's fireplace from the next room's fireplace apparently turns. As I suspected, this fireplace does indeed connect this room to the neighbouring room.
The neighbouring room?
There appears to be nothing particular about the next room, but the fact that there is nothing special about the next room isn't what's important. It's the fact that there is a secret passageway through this room's fireplace. So I thought the neighbouring room was, like, to the left.
We now know that the fireplace connects the two rooms. But how exactly is that significant? You aren't going to suddenly name the old lady as the Master 2's killer now, are you?
No, she couldn't move at all because of her stiff hip. So she could not have been the one. Unfortunately, I believe that this fireplace has nothing whatsoever to do with Damask II's murder. Well, the investigation is complete. It would appear that the answer has made itself known.
You're making quite a confident face there, Mr. Prosecutor. Bring it on. I'm ready to counter any argument you may have.
Very well then, if you are prepared. I'll show you exactly where my deductions have led me.
Good. I'm counting on you, Edgy.
Leave it to me, Larry. My first attack will be to expose your lie for what it really is.
My lie?
I know that there is still something you are keeping from the rest of us.
What's wrong with you? Why is it you won't believe me no matter what I say, Edgy? Curse you! Why don't you just hurry up and die already if that's how it's gonna be? I'll confess to every murder in the whole world and then kill myself and throw everything in a mass confusion!
What is this guy? The Jesus of mass murderers? I mean, you made some wonderful friends as a child, I see.
I'm the son of rage and love, the Jesus of mass murders. Larry, I only have one thing to say to you.
Even if you make that face at me, it's no use. A man who was ready to die is strong-willed, you know.
Larry, it doesn't matter what sort of harebrained trouble you've caused. I only ask that you do not lie to me. If you cause an innocent person to be judged unfairly because of some insipid lie, I will never forgive you.
Edgy.
Although allow me to say that I consider you to be among the innocent in this case. And that I will draw the real killer out. You can trust me on this.
All right. This time I'll tell you the whole truth, okay? What happened, what didn't happen, the works.
Just what happened will do. Now then, if you would please testify as to what you did up on the roof tonight. Oh, God. Up on the rooftop.
After the show, I left the pushcart in the rose garden and came into the embassy. Then they took a picture of me shaking hands with the ambassador. After that, and until my next appearance, I had some free time, so I wandered around. That's when I spotted the chimney. A chimney like that is a rare thing, you know. So then I wanted to play Santa and decided to give it a try.
Larry, I thought I just finished telling you not to lie anymore.
But it's kinda ultra embarrassing.
And what exactly is so ultra embarrassing that you can't tell me?
Edgy, man, I just said it was embarrassing, so of course I can't just blurt it out. So you're just gonna have to reason it out of me!
As your superior, I command you to hurry up and expose this horrible man's lie.
I have every intention to, for I'm not about to let us waste time on such a trifling matter.
Up on the rooftop.
After the show, I left the pushcart in the rose garden and came into the embassy.
You left the pushcart? Could you please clarify that statement for me?
Yeah, so the wheels on the pushcart got covered in dirt from the rose garden. It would have made a mess of the floor inside, so Ambassador Alba said to just leave it.
It would be rather impolite to dirty another country's embassy.
Come to think of it, I recall seeing the pink princess on my way into the embassy.
And what was she doing?
Nothing in particular, because she was being carried by some docs on a stretcher.
She must have been incapacitated by the pain of her bad hip that she suffered during the show.
So I came into the embassy, right? And then they took a picture of me shaking hands with the ambassador.
So you shook hands with the ambassador of the Kingdom of Alabast, did you?
Yeah, can you believe it? I did something really cool for a change. But honestly speaking, there's nothing interesting about shaking some guy's hand.
Hey there! Are you disrespecting another country in their very own embassy?
As someone with roots in this country, I'm feeling nothing but incredible shame in this second.
Agreed. I apologize for his inconsiderate words. Now, Larry, please continue.
What is with all of you? You keep saying that kind of thing and I'll tell you only lies.
You're already telling us nothing but lies, so let it go and move on.
All right already. You don't need to glare at me like that, Edgy. After that, and until my next appearance, I had some free time, so I wandered around.
Larry, I want you to listen very carefully and take this to heart. The whole point of your life is to cause misery and pain to everyone you encounter.
I know. I get it. I'm totally the bad guy again.
Hold it! I thought you're his friend. Don't you think that was a bit harsh? Lang Zi says, true friends are titty friends. I mean bosom friends. If you are in trouble, call on your bosom friend, whose shoulder you can truly cry on.
Hey! Bosom buddy! I hope you're listening carefully to my testimony.
Has it crossed your pea-sized brain yet that Agent Lang is the one out to arrest you, Larry?
Now then, you were wandering around inside the embassy, and then what happened?
That's when I spotted a chimney. A chimney like that is a rare thing, you know.
I should hardly think that chimneys are that rare.
Agreed. Especially since our traditional feature of American houses.
Plus, many grand buildings have even larger and fancier chimneys.
Yeah, but the kind of chimney I'm talking about is a really romantic type.
A romantic chimney?
It might sound kind of silly, but women seem to really enjoy them. And I just had a good feeling about that chimney. So then I wanted to play Santa and decided to give it a try.
You suddenly wanted to play Santa.
Well, actually, I dressed up as Santa once before already. That was down at Gourd Lake.
I'd appreciate it if you wouldn't dredge up such unnecessary memories for me.
Sounds like you guys share a lot of history. A perk to being childhood friends, huh? Besides, it's not a felony to dress up and play Santa, you know. Santa doesn't go around killing people after he comes down a family's chimney, after all.
He does, in about 1,000 years. Actually, is it worth delving into whether or not playing Santa is a big deal? Yes. Actually, I believe in the case of this man, playing Santa is actually quite a big deal.
Are you saying that your body isn't exactly made of Santa quality stuff?
Precisely. You hit the nail on the head, Agent Lang.
Hey, Edgy! That's so incredibly mean.
Tell me something, Larry. Did you know that Santa's job is to deliver presents to people all over the world?
Of course I know that. I did graduate from junior high, you know.
In that case, it's your turn to tell me something. I want you to tell me to whom you were delivering a present to.
I was, delivering a present to a child not basking in the glow of love.
That must be the most elegant description of you I've ever heard, but a lie is still a lie.
You sure know how to kick a guy when he's down, you know that?
In any case, the person you wish to deliver a present unto was most certainly this. I mean, the previous Pink Princess, but we're gonna have to go with Old Bag because we don't have her in this list.
Take that!
Interesting tastes you have there, Mr. Suspect.
Don't spread lies about me. I totally didn't want to see Miss Oldbag so much that I tried to go down a chimney. Ow.
I advise you to stop right there and your bashing of a lady. Well, I must admit that I myself hardly ever have the want to run into that lady. However, what if you were misinformed and under the wrong impression? Then what?
Define wrong impression.
I simply mean that the man before you thought to enter the old lady's room without knowing one very important fact. And that fact is best summed up with this. the stand-in request.
Take that!
This is something the old lady received from her employer for the night. The girl who normally plays the Pink Princess, Mindy, was it again. It seems that this man is quite taken with that actress.
Hold it, but that's not true, Edgy. She's the one with the hats for me. I just know it. I can feel her sexy beam piercing my heart when she's watching me. Sexy bear!
You filthy, despicable, inconsiderate, fickle, idiotic, cowardly apparition of a man! You haven't matured at all since we last met.
Hey, Mr. Prosecutor.
Yes.
This guy, he's got bigger problems than just getting involved in murders, I take it.
Complete fucking train wreck, Lang, yes.
Hey, what the heck, man? I don't get you guys at all. Why do you all have to make me out to be some sort of bad guy?
To return to the original topic, I propose that at least this much has been made clear. Without any knowledge that Miss Mindy had fallen ill, Larry tried to make his way into the Pink Princess's room. That much we know for sure.
Hold it! Hey, Edgy. Looks like I got the hang of this court thing now.
But we're not in court at the moment.
Shut up! I see what's going on here, and it looks just like what you do in court.
I guess old boy here still has something he'd like to say. Lang Zi says, he's the old boy, until the root of the tongue dries, one never knows the whole truth. He shouldn't form conclusions until everything is out in the open, which is why I'll listen.
All right. Then get ready to listen to me defeat Edgy in a battle of wits.
Larry, have you forgotten that should I lose, your victory prize will be your arrest? Larry's assertion.
So you think that all I wanted to do was go visit Mindy? Well, I dressed up as Santa and climbed up to the chimney, but the smoke was really thick. It was a case of mistaken identity, and that mistake made me late for the speech. Then, to top it all off, I became a suspect in a murder. That's what you really meant. But why would I ever put myself through so much humiliation on purpose? Hey, someone say something!
Larry, are you seriously trying to submit this not as a confession, but as testimony?
So what if I am? Is there something wrong with that? My claim is a claim and my claim. Do you have a problem with that? So it was you! You're my stalker! But I should warn you, it doesn't matter what kind of flattery you throw at me. I'm the devoted type of woman who's wholly focused on one man and one man only. As long as Edgy Poo is alive, I can't just drop him and be unfaithful. No, I can't, although earlier I was tempted just a tiny little bit by the wolf man. But I have to stay completely true to my beloved Edgy. I'm so inspired. You're such an inconsiderate, cowardly, idiotic, and all-around completely worthless man.
I thought I heard something ominous just now, but perhaps it was just my imagination. I believe there is nothing further for me to prove at this point.
What do you mean? Of course you still got something to prove. You still have to show some proof that I was trying to meet up with Mindy.
Proof, you say?
Remember, Reggie?
Everything is evidence in court.
Right?
You mean evidence is everything in court, Larry, but I understand your point.
Yeah, see? I'm totally a pro at this now.
Very well. If you wish to see the evidence, then let me show you the last piece of evidence you'll ever wish to see. Larry's assertion.
So you think that all I wanted to do was go visit Mindy?
Well, I have been saying that for a while now. After all, if not for that, then for what other reason did you wish to go down that chimney?
Hold it! You can't say that without any evidence. That's against the rules, Edgy.
Thanks for keeping the prosecutor in line for me, Mr. Suspect.
I have the evidence, and if you wish to see it that badly, I can introduce you to it.
But it's not good to keep them waiting, my subordinate.
Hyan shows him already. Lies! All lies, Edgy!
Well, if you wish to lie, then by all means continue, because I'm ready to expose your lie at a moment's notice.
You won't get the better of me. Now, let's see. Well, I dressed up as Santa and climbed up to the chimney, but the smoke was really thick.
Was the smoke coming from the chimney really that thick?
You bet! It was so thick I had tears pouring out of my eyes. It was a mess.
I see. You do realize that you've just confirmed for us your chimney escapade.
What? That's totally unfair. You tricked me, Edgy.
Hardly. You simply have yet to master how to counter this cross-examination technique.
But what I just said was a slip of the... No, I mean, I said the wrong thing. Besides, isn't this what you really meant to say about what I did tonight? It was a case of mistaken identity, and that mistake made me late for the speech.
I'm not quite sure how you could mistake that actress for this lady.
Oh, Edgy Poo, are you staring at me? Are you finally succumbing to my feminine charms?
I should think that the Steel Samurai is the one who should know all about your charms.
What? Me? Edgy, what are you trying to do to me?
Nothing. Simply that the Steel Samurai and the Pink Princess are husband and wife.
Oh, is my poor little Edgy Poo jealous?
If you could please drop that line of discussion right this instant.
But Edgy, I told you, I already have Mindy.
Speaking of Mindy, exactly what kind of woman would you say she is?
Hold it, Edgy, are you seriously telling me you don't know who the Mindy is? She's just like what her name means. She's super sweet with a great smile. I don't mean to brag, but she's one of the troop's fastest rising stars.
Interesting.
Hold it! Ha! So you're saying a woman like that is what made you late to the speech?
Huh? Curse you too! Why is everyone out to make a suspect out of me? Look, all I can say is this. I was late to the speech. Then
What are you, a heterosexual?
Yeah, the only one in this goddamn franchise. Then, to top it all off, I became a suspect in a murder. That's what you really meant.
I suppose you might be correct in a small way.
What do you mean by that?
Besides being a suspect in the murders, there are a few other things that you're a suspect of.
Not you too, Franzi. You tried to stalk me. But I won't let you intimidate me like that. Look, I already told you, Ms. Oldbag, I wasn't after you. I was trying to see Mindy.
Hold it. Hey, Mr. Prosecutor, can I just arrest this guy already?
I completely understand how you feel, Agent Lang.
But wait, please, listen to what I have to say!
If you have a serious assertion to make, then I'd consider listening. However...
No problem. I'm gonna put all I got into this, so listen good, okay? But why would I ever put myself through so much humiliation on purpose?
I suppose he is, Jones.
Hold it!
Larry, this is the final point you wish to make.
You got it. I've called on all the energy I have and told it to you with all my soul.
In that case, allow me to take that soul and break it.
Huh? Yes, we'll stamp it under our feet until it's been ground to fine powder.
A fine powder?
If you really put all your soul into that, then you're ready for what's coming, right?
And please for the honor of the wearing, I offer my soul to you.
Larry, come out from behind there and face this like a man.
You're scary, my liege.
This whole testimony is one giant confession of all that he's done tonight. He's practically begging me to show why he bothered to put himself through all this. Well, this is the proof. We have the letter from you.
Objection!
Larry, don't even think about denying that you have knowledge of this letter.
Hey! Why are you showing that thing to me?
Wendy, I'll be descending on you from above tonight, your loving knight. Well, isn't that just romantic?
But you weren't able to descend on her from above, were you, Mr. Loving Knight?
Ah! I have no idea what you're talking about. I don't remember a thing.
You can pretend to be ignorant all you like, but it's written right here. Actually, yeah, we should compare the M... Yeah, to Mr. Edgeworth, and the M looks like a W.
Mr. Edgemorth?
To world record Edgemorth. This letter proves that you were not out to meet the old lady, but rather that you were attempting to pay Miss Mindy a visit. What part of this letter shows that the person Larry had intended to meet was Mindy?
Take that!
Larry, Larry, I suggest you take up penmanship lessons. That is, if you never wish to experience this level of embarrassment ever again.
What the heck? What are you talking about? Speak English!
You wrote Mindy so sloppily that it became Wendy to the average eye.
Hey, stop picking on me. It's so embarrassing.
There. Isn't that what childhood friends are for? They're the best, aren't they? And I speak this from, totally having some of my own, right? For punching. But that will have to wait until we're off of this crime scene.
Edgy, save me from this scary man.
Sure, if you're willing to make amends, starting with your incredibly embarrassing mistake.
That wasn't me.
Come again.
It's a fake. Someone's out to get me, so they made that fake letter. They set me up.
Accept your defeats graciously.
But you guys are being so mean.
Hold it!
Penmanship analysis.
What's that?
No matter who, all people have certain unique features to their handwriting. Ergo, all we have to do is compare the handwriting in this letter to a sample of yours. And we'll know soon enough who it was that sent this letter.
I'll never write another thing in my life.
It's no use, Mr. Loving Knight. For you've already graciously provided me with a sample of your handwriting.
Take that!
Murder weapon in blood.
This autograph and your mysterious letter. If we compare the handwriting, we'll know the answer to our questions soon enough. Confess now, Larry, to your miserable failure.
I'm sorry. I did it. It was me causing trouble again. I admit it. You hit the nail right on the head, Edgy.
So he finally confesses.
I saw the pink princess being carried around in a stretcher and got worried, alright? I wanted to go into Mindy's room, but the doctors wouldn't let me in. So what choice did I have? It was the chimney or bust, Edgy.
Your mind jumps from the door to the chimney? What a criminally overactive imagination.
Well, at least I was honest and wrote Mindy a letter and stuck it under the door. That way she wouldn't be so shocked when I came down the chimney.
Except for the fact that the letter was an utter failure at conveying said sentiment.
I'm really, really sorry.
Larry, you may be a shameful good-for-nothing blight on the face of humanity. However, I always knew you weren't the killer. I told you to trust me, because at the very least I can attest to that about you.
Edgy, you're... Ah!
We've lost a lot of valuable time because of you.
Ow!
In any case, I believe we can say that we know now exactly what happened. Mr. Larry Butt sought to climb down the chimney, not for access to the crime scene, but to enter the room of the elderly lady next door.
Hold it. Great job, Mr. Prosecutor. Although I still find it a bit unbelievable that the two of you are friends. But the suspicion on that guy over there isn't completely resolved yet. So don't get any funny ideas about running off, okay?
Ow! Hey, what? Edgy, what does the Wolfman mean when he says I'm not off the hook yet?
He means the murder weapon. Larry, did you forget? There are 2 layers of suspicion hanging over your head.
That's exactly what I mean. We can't only rely on the words of the suspect, after all. We may have figured out where he was and what he was doing all night. But the bloodstained samurai sword that was left at the crime scene... As long as there is no satisfactory explanation for that, this wolf will refuse to ease up on his bite.
Ah! Edgy, that guy. He looks like he's seriously about to take a bite out of me.
I'm well aware. And you should be as well that this upcoming battle will be crucial.
Thanks to the cooperation of our lovely Bumbler, I've been dealt a very nice hand and a sweet trump card. Looks like we're about to enter the final bout. Now, Mr. Prosecutor, let's see what you've got.
I can easily point out the contradiction in the supposed murder weapon. But the real problem for me is figuring out what the real murder weapon is. This will be a high-stakes gamble. This is one game I can't afford to lose. Why Larry?
I was the one who found the body of the victim, the masked II. Beside him was the samurai sword, glittering red and offering up the scent of blood. It was supposed to be in the Steel Samurai's dressing room, but I found it here instead. Plus, I found the murder weapon's owner, the suspect, Larry Butts, in here too.
Isn't it a bit far-fetched to accuse someone simply on the basis of ownership?
But this owner wanted to sneak onto the crime scene. I think that's plenty to go on, don't you?
If you're alluding to his reason for being by the chimney, we've already established that.
Hold on there, Mr. Prosecutor. You two are longtime friends, right? Who's to say you didn't fabricate the evidence to give him an alibi?
You're accusing me of fabricating evidence.
You think I can believe anything you produce? Forging evidence is all you prosecutors do.
What do you think this is, Ace Attorney 1? This man has some serious issues with prosecutors.
But come on, I can't think up something as complicated as that, right, Edgy?
Larry, I can agree because I know you and your personality well. However, Agent Lang knows nothing about you. Or me, for that matter. I sense his hatred for my entire profession emanating from his entire being. Meaning that the only way I can prove Larry's innocence is to present irrefutable evidence.
I was the one who found the body of the victim, the masked II.
So you were the first to discover the body this time.
This time? What's that supposed to mean? You'd better watch what you say.
I only said this time because earlier Kay was the first to discover the body in Babal. And your secretary, Agent Shina, was ready to accuse her of murder for that.
So are you going to use that excuse to call me suspicious now?
Of course not. I was simply pointing out the usual pattern with discoverers of bodies.
So we couldn't come up with any better dialogue for this press option, okay? But in the Babalese case, there was proof that she was holding the weapon, right? Well, in this one, it's a bit different, since we know exactly where the weapon is. Beside him was the samurai sword, glittering red and offering up the scent of blood.
Excuse me, but glittering red and offering up the scent of blood?
Do I have to spell it out for you? I mean the sight and smell of blood, of course. And according to the tests, the blood on the sword belongs to the victim. The sword was made only to be used on stage, so it's not sharp, but it is pretty weighty. It's certainly heavy enough to beat someone to death with. Which leads me to suspect that the victim was beaten to death with the sword.
Beaten to death, This last statement is too important to just let it slip by.
Beside him was the samurai sword, covered in the victim's blood.
So the sword is covered in the victim's blood. Yeah, we'll just go...
Yeah, the lab results confirm that the blood on the sword matches the victim. But the sword is as dull as a vanilla envelope. It's just a stage prop, after all.
A steel samurai is all about safety first. And you can't use it like a real sword.
The Steel Samurai has spoken. Rather muffled, but still.
The Pink Princess also appears to have something she'd like to petition to you personally.
What the Pink Princess would like to say can wait for the day after eternity.
Anyway, my point is that even though the sword is too dull to slice with, it's certainly heavy enough to bludgeon someone to death with. Therefore, I suspect he beat the victim to death with that thing.
About the samurai sword. Have you received a report from forensics yet?
They confirmed that the blood on the sword belongs to the victim.
All right, but have they confirmed that the outline of his wound is consistent with the weapon?
Tell me something. Do you see the dead body right there in front of you? So, if they were conducting the autopsy right now, shouldn't that body not be there? Well,
I suppose so. Guess they must still be investigating this room. Meaning that it's possible he doesn't know about that piece of evidence's true nature.
anything else you'd like to chit-chat about? No. Good, because I don't have any better answer here. Now let's continue. It was supposed to be in the Steel Samurai's dressing room, but I found it here instead.
Larry has already testified that he forgot the samurai sword here.
Yeah, I was shaking hands with the ambassador in here and I accidentally left my deadly sword behind by accident.
So what? You lied earlier, so who's to say that this excuse isn't just another lie? This isn't the courtroom, after all.
But I forget stuff all the time, right, Edgy? Tell him.
Why don't you tell him yourself?
You see? What did I tell you earlier? No one will buy such a pathetically weak excuse.
Yes, well, I know that it's not possible to prove such an excuse as truth.
And yet you offer it up as a fact. You're a worse person than I originally thought.
You are free to think what you'd like. However, I know that Larry is not the killer. Agent Lang, please continue with your argument. I'll expose the flaw in it soon enough.
Plus, I found the murder weapon's owner, the suspect, Larry Butts, in here too.
Just because he is the owner of the weapon, therefore he must be the killer, is it?
No, climbing all the way up to the chimney is plenty suspicious in my book as well.
Regarding that, I have already drawn the truth out, and the truth is one thing I don't bend.
It doesn't matter if it's you or whoever. You prosecutors are all the same. And as for me, prosecutors are the one thing I don't trust in.
An agent who doesn't trust prosecutors, what's he playing at?
Sorry, sis. There are only two things I trust. My subordinates and evidence at the crime scene.
Agent Lang hates prosecutors, but as long as he trusts evidence that has been left at a crime scene, then there is something I can show him that he can believe in. It's simply not possible that the samurai sword is the real murder weapon, so I should focus on proving that point to Agent Lang first. So the connection we're supposed to make here is that the samurai sword should be as bendy as the spear? Because it's a stage prop. So I suspect he beat the victim to death with that thing. We could present it, or we could present the spear to be like, hey, this thing bends, therefore that thing should bend. I think that's safer.
Objection!
Yeah. Do you know what this is, Agent Lang?
It's a long spear, right? We used to use those a lot in my country a long time ago. Piercing, mowing people down. Spears are the weapon of heroes throughout history.
It's the next most effective weapon after the whip.
I think the whip is in a slightly different category.
So, what's your point? Are you going to tell me that the spear is the real murder weapon?
No, I simply want you to take a look at this section here.
The way it's bent?
Precisely. Apparently a certain troublemaker hit it against a wall in the embassy earlier. And as you can clearly see, the insides of the Steel Samurai's weapons are hollow. In other words, they're replicas that aren't strong enough to deliver a damaging blow, let alone the multiple strikes necessary to bludgeon someone to death. And yet there is not even a dent in the samurai's sword. How do you explain that?
Yeah!
Oh yeah, the sword and the spear are made of the same stuff, so they both bend easily. But I wish they'd make them out of better stuff, because the spear got bent. I wasn't able to do my special early summer rain jab move. Man, I got such an earful from the director of the play for not doing it in the show.
Steel Samurai's special move was changed tonight because of him?
Ouch!
That's more than enough of your whiny whimpering. Now, back on the topic of the spear.
Yes, let's return to the real topic of discussion. This is where the real gamble begins. I don't have a real strategy per se.
He changed the spear's description to point out that Larry couldn't do the special attack.
So all I can do for now is to let the chips fall where they may.
Using guesswork and taking risks in place of real logic is hardly the Von Karma way. It's neither smart nor very clever.
Ms. Von Karma, as you know, unlike your father, I am not a genius prosecutor. Plus, I doubt his record of a 40-year win streak will ever be broken. But perhaps it is for the best if it remains unbroken. For no one should have conceived of the notion to convict all defendants in the first place.
What a foolishly foolish statements from a foolishly fool who hates to lose. It is the job of a prosecutor to make sure that all defendants are found guilty in court. There is nothing more important in this world than a perfect victory.
That may be your opinion, however, I don't believe that's all we are. As a prosecutor, what I pursue is not the perfect victory, but the perfect truth. And if that means that the bridge I must cross will crumble beneath my feet, then let it crumble as I walk on towards the truth.
Not so fast. That's incredibly offensive to your best friend, who had a bridge crumble right beside his feet, under his feet. You're good at keeping me entertained, Mr. Prosecutor.
How do you know that? You didn't play Trials and Tribulations.
But you know, humans are delicate creatures. The slightest bump and we expire. I'd like you to consider, if you will, the possibility that...
Imagine if you will.
The sword was used in such a way that the attack killed Damask II without bending it. Man, I'm really stretching it here. So, what do you think of my hypothetical scenario?
I think you're a fucking idiot, mate.
I think you know what to do here, right? And what you need.
Of course. What I need is evidence even Agent Idiot can't refute. This is it. It's time to bring it to a close. Why, Larry, Part 2.
It's possible to use the samurai sword to kill someone. And because I refuse to wait for an autopsy, it's the only logical conclusion. We searched the embassy top to bottom, but the victim's blood is only on that weapon. So isn't it only natural that suspicion would fall onto the owner of said weapon?
How long do you intend to cling on to that preposterous theory?
As long as I want, because we examined every corner within the walls of this embassy. There's no stone we've left unturned. And we have managed to come up with the only one logical conclusion. That the only place inside this embassy with the victim's blood on it is this sword.
Hold it!
You left no stone unturned. Is that a fact?
Not so fast!
I didn't rest until I inspected every suspicious nook and cranny. I mean, if you got something to say, then say it in the only way I respect, Mr. Prosecutor.
Yes, of course. In that case, allow me to make it all crystal clear for you. Why, Larry, Part 2.
It's possible to use the samurai sword to kill someone.
Hold it!
May I inquire as to how you are able to make such a claim, Agent Lang?
Lang Zi says, capable of miracles beyond comprehension. A mysterious creature is man.
Rather than man, it's Agent Lang's quotes that are getting increasingly incomprehensible.
The human body is a mysterious thing. Even with a toy-like sword, it's easy to kill a man if you just hit just the right spot. Which is why I think it's possible to kill with this thing without leaving a dent.
Hold it!
AKA, I made it the fuck up.
But we can only be sure one way or the other by seeing if the wound matches the sword.
I know that. But as long as it's a possibility, I can proclaim it as much as I'd like. And under these circumstances, it's the only logical conclusion.
But you must know that your conclusion is wrong.
Given the circumstances I'm in, the only people I can trust are my subordinates. Because they're a much more trustworthy bunch than you prosecutors will ever be.
Hold it!
And do you call yourself a professional?
Not so fast!
You still don't see it, do you, Mr. Prosecutor? You have to earn my trust. And the only way to do that is to show me proof of another possible murder weapon.
Another possible weapon. In this room, there is only one other thing left. This is going to be a gamble, but I can't withdraw from the game now.
You're not going to get me to trust you by the power of your glare alone, you know. Plus, I have other reasons as to why I think the samurai sword is a murder weapon. Because I'm a dick. We searched the embassy top to bottom, but the victim's blood is only on that weapon.
Hold it!
The only place where you could find blood was on the samurai sword.
That's right, even with luminol. Which means that there are no other possibilities outside of what I've already outlined.
Do I have a problem with Agent Lang's assertion that the samurai sword is the weapon? Yes. If you believe that there is no other door of possibility left to open, then allow me to force one open for you.
And how do you plan to do that?
By showing you what may possibly be the real murder weapon.
The real murder weapon. I hate to repeat myself, but my men have already searched every last inch of this embassy. And they've concluded that nothing else could have been used as the weapon. Knowing these facts, you still want to press forward with your little hypotheses?
Of course. Because it's not possible that your men inspected everything in their investigation.
What are you talking about? I don't appreciate mind games, and I don't appreciate when people like you slander my men.
I'm not slandering them, I assure you. I'm merely pointing out that their investigative dragnet has a few holes in it. Namely, that there is something your men couldn't even lay a finger on. And that item is the real murder weapon.
All right, then. I'll play along for now. This real weapon that killed Damask II, what exactly is it?
The real murder weapon which not a single person has yet to touch? Yeah, so they're leading you towards the Primadux statue, in this case Alabast, because they wouldn't have let them touch it, but it was clearly moved between the photograph and now. So someone picked it up, which means it could have been picked up to swig at a dude's head.
Take that!
The national treasure of Alabast.
Hold it! You mean the Primadux statue?
Yes, and as you know, only the ambassador and his secretariat may touch it. Which, I believe, means that neither you nor your men were able to examine it, correct?
Knock him back!
You know very well that if we did that, there'd be an international incident between the Kingdom of Alabast and the Republic of Babal. The two countries' precarious relationship teeters in the balance over a stupid fight related to a sovereignty statue. But I'll be damned if I let something go unexamined.
Hold it!
Agent Lang, if you could take a look at this. The direction of the statue is facing just before and after the crime are different. And there is only one conclusion I can draw from that.
Go look for Ambassador Alba and get him to give us the okay to examine the statue.
Shifu, you can't listen to this infidel's words. He is most definitely trying to trick you. Shifu, please, let's be rational about this.
Lang says, just go already.
Yes, sir, I remember that proverb well. Shifu?
Yeah?
I'm really sorry, sir, but I was unable to convince the ambassador. I was unable to obtain permission for us to examine the Primadux statue.
I see.
Wait. But since the investigation is at a standstill, Agent Lang, I will go and speak with the ambassador personally.
Save your breath. He may act all weak and frail, but that old man's one tough cookie. But I guess you've gotta be tough when you're representing a whole country, you know?
Agent Lang,
What do you want? Let's just hurry up and examine the statue already.
What? But, Shifu, what about causing an international incident?
Quiet! I'll take the fall if I have to later.
Hold it!
Agent Lang, the hypothesis is mine, so if someone is to take the responsibility, let it be me.
Responsibility? If we're going to talk in such heavy terms, maybe I should let you. It would be a real problem for my men if something were to happen to me. Alright then. Less talk and more investigating.
If we want to know the truth, we can't stop here. Action must be taken. Agent Lang, I'd like to run a luminol chemiluminescence test on the statue.
I ain't repeating that word. A luminol test? Good thinking. If the statue is the murder weapon, then some of the victim's blood should be on it. Okay, let's get the forensics team in here. Looks like you hit the jackpot, Mr. Prosecutor. I guess this means that this is the real weapon that killed the Mask II.
Indeed.
But I wouldn't celebrate yet if I were you. This doesn't let your friend off the hook. Doesn't prove that he didn't kill the Mask II, so the charge remains.
We are hardly done examining this statue, Agent Lang. Knowing that it is the real weapon, I believe further examination is required.
You think so? Okay then, knock yourself out.
Upon closer inspection, he really does look a lot like the Steel Samurai.
Hey, maybe that's why they chose him to be the Goodwill Ambassador.
I actually can't discredit that hypothesis.
Or maybe the people at this embassy just really like the Steel Samurai. That's absolutely preposterous.
I don't think it's that unlikely. We mustn't go around denouncing people's opinions.
And yet look at how easily you discredited mine. Not that I care why they chose him.
And what do we have here? This dirty smudge. It looks like a handprint. What's a definitive bit of evidence like you doing under here? Looks like we've got some fingerprints to analyze.
Worst case scenario, these prints belong to Larry. But it looks like it's too late for me to do anything about that now.
Hey, forensics guy! I want the results on these fingerprints ASAP, you hear me?
Agent Lang, I have the analysis results, sir.
Good, and?
Sir, about the prints we lifted from the bottom of the statue? Well, you know the victim of the murder in the Bobolese embassy? Prints belong to him. Mr. Manny Cochin, sir.
But that's... What's going on around here?
No. That's impossible! Each Primaduck statue can only be handled by someone of that country, but by the very fact that Mr. Cochin's fingerprints are on this one, it leads me to only one conclusion. This statue is actually Babal's Primaduck statue.
Impossible! It can't be!
Yeah.
Larry never once set foot on Bobolese soil, so he was free to go. However, this new piece of information only served to confuse us even further. The ringleader of a smuggling operation was killed with an Alabastian knife in Babal. And Damask II was killed on Alabastian soil with Babal's national treasure. And the mystery of the great thief Yatagarasu, who visited both countries. The pieces were there, but I had yet to see the big picture they were to form. To be continued. I am going to run off and get something to eat. I'll try to be as quick as I can, and then we'll go with the next section. DDD. And some save stating. But I will be back. soon as I can be. March 14, 9:21 p.m. open air stage. Please enjoy the waiting music while I'm gone. Open air stage. March 14th, 8 something p.m. I've left the Damask, the second investigation to Franziska, and returned to Babal. I suppose my first order of business should be to look into Babal's statue.
Mr. Edgeworth!
So, Kay, what's the situation?
Oh, it's great! Investigating is so much fun.
In other words, they've made absolutely no progress.
We weren't goofing off, honest, sir. We've been investigating our hearts out.
Well then. Very well then. Would you care to give me an update on your investigation?
Oh, we've had a really fun time, sir.
I knew it. 0 progress. In any case, Detective Gumshoe,
Yes, sir.
you have permission to enter the Alabastian Embassy, is that correct?
Yup. As a local detective, I'm helping out with investigations on both sides, sir.
Good. In that case, I can leave these pieces of evidence with you. They belong to the lady under the pink princess's mask.
The Pink Princess? What kind of lady was playing her, sir?
The kind that was also playing the role of the Pink Badger yesterday. Understood, sir. If I happen to run into her, I'll give her back to her. God, I hope I don't. And if I don't,
Then I guess I'll unload him somewhere.
he doesn't seem all that enthused to go find her, but I can't blame him. Evidence that has lost their value given to Detective Gumshoe. Let's see how much of it goes away. We got a page. We got like 2.5 pages. Let's see what it goes down to. Now then, I don't believe I'll be needing this anymore either. Right, we've just lost the Larry stuff, basically.
What? Are you really gonna throw that autograph away?
Yes, because that Steel Samurai was a fake. Steel Samurai's autograph scrunched up into a ball and disposed of.
Wait, what? What do you mean by fake?
Now then, I believe it's time for a little housekeeping. Unnecessary evidence has been removed and remaining evidence has been rearranged. We're down to just under 2 pages. Badge, embassy guide, Babal's statue, notes on Cochin's body, key, the knife, paper, the smuggling document, the knife handle, the Barbalese ink, counterfeit bills, passion flowers, Alabast's Primaduct statue, which is the one that's considered a murder weapon, samurai dogs, samurai spear, and Damask II's note. Miles, the Steel Samurai isn't real, they're all fake.
Hey, you're not going back to Alabasta already, are you?
No, not yet. I still need to gather a bit more information first. I don't think Missile was in my evidence.
Yes?
It's a box of samurai dogs, right?
Ah, but see, I'm a Jam and Ninja fan, so while I would love to have one, I'm going to be strong and resist the urge.
Well then, how about we slowly enjoy them after we crack this case?
Okay, fine. You twisted my arm. Let's indulge.
Okay, about this piece of evidence.
Huh? May I really have it? But you know, as the Yatagarasu, it'd be bad if I couldn't get this by myself.
Sorry, but I have no intention of giving you this piece of evidence.
Oh, really? I guess I misunderstood.
I feel like I've had a very similar conversation with someone else before.
So I guess these counterfeit bills were made with Barbalese ink. Come to think of it, I remember hearing on the news the other day. The Republic of Zhengfa, where these bills are coming from, is in an economic mess.
It's common knowledge that money rules the hearts of men. And when that money turns out to be fake, all-encompassing confusion is the result.
And that's when the Yatagarasu makes her stand. I'm gonna use my iron fists of justice on each and every counterfeiter. You'll see.
I appreciate your sense of justice. However, I would appreciate it more if you wouldn't go running into the heart of any more raging fires.
Yes, Mr. Edgeworth, I'll try. This is...
Your father, Byrne Faraday. He had planned to use this evidence in that trial 7 years ago.
He was killed by it when it was turned into a weapon, huh?
Curses. I shouldn't have made her recall such a tragic event. How could I have been so careless? Well, I'm the one who made you do it.
Oh, this is a prosecutor's badge. This proves that you're a real prosecutor, right, Mr. Edgeworth?
Precisely.
Well, I've got one too. Mine is the Yatagarasu's badge.
But if you walk around with that on your scarf all the time, all you're doing is proclaiming to the world that you're a thief.
Like I said, the
Oh, oops. What did she say?
Yatagarasu is noble, and because I'm full of righteousness, there's no need for me to be all sneaky.
Even if you are all honorable, a thief is still a thief, right?
There are 2 embassies in the one building.
Well, there used to be a single country, so it's understandable.
So what I'm trying to make up, does that mean there'll be a single country again? If they do, I hope they'll always be good friends and never fight again.
Before that can happen, I believe we need to solve this case. Otherwise, nothing will come of these gestures, not even friendship. That's it. How is the investigation going in the Barbalese Secretariat's office, Kay?
Well, even though we found a few treasures, they've all been pretty much burnt to a crisp. A treasure is a terrible thing to waste.
Anyway, is there anything else I should know about?
Oh, that's right. You know what I found in that office? A wooden bear carving. It's so cute. Can I have it? Huh? Can I have it?
No, of course you can't. By the sound of things, it appears that there has been no progress in the investigation. It would appear that the stage is also scheduled to be renovated.
You know, I would love to perform on a stage like this. Something like the Greatest Great Thief Show.
I should think it would be a bad idea for a thief to show their face to the world.
So how come so many traffic cones are red and white?
That's because they're highly visible from a great distance.
Oh, is that why?
Unless you're Godot.
So then the reason you wear that wine red suit is for visibility's sake?
Please don't compare me to a ragged plastic traffic cone. Bags full of cement powder are stacked up here. I suppose they're for the renovation.
Yeah, because I don't smell a drop of gold here, or any other treasure for that matter.
Okay, the only scent you should detect in a place like this is the smell of sweat.
Hey, Mr. Edgeworth, that was a pretty good play on words there.
Ah, Gummy, don't randomly jump into one of our dialogues like that.
Were you eavesdropping on us, Detective Gumshoe? No, it's not like that, sir. A ladder.
Actually, that's a running joke.
They're the exact same thing.
No way! From their structure up, they're totally different. But of course, from a thief's perspective, the best kind of ladder is the rope ladder. A step ladder is much too heavy to carry around, after all.
From a prosecutor's perspective, any type of ladder is guilty of being dangerous during an earthquake.
Hey, do you detect the scent of treasure coming from this bush?
The scent of treasure? Not at all.
Oh, Mr. Edgeworth, you're totally not with it.
I'm not with it?
No, and it's important for both thieves and prosecutors to be energetic.
Perhaps for a thief like you, but that level of energy is unbecoming of a prosecutor.
You really think so? The prosecutor we met at Gatewaterland seemed to be pretty active.
Well, he's not a prosecutor anymore. See how everything just naturally balances out? No, I'm not. I was just walking to the right. There is a sign here warning passers-by to take precautions around this renovation site.
They're really going all out, huh? There's construction going on everywhere.
I believe Ambassador Paleno said it was to attract more tourists and visitors.
But what can they do with the new stuff they're building? Hey, what do you think they should do, Mr. Edgeworth?
How about transforming it into a courthouse?
Hey, be serious!
But I was being serious. You could always do with more law. This bush looks to be
the perfect place to hide some sort of treasure, you know?
Ah, but there is no treasure inside those things.
Oh, too bad.
But we do have a lot of treasures back in Babao.
Sounds great! I'll be sure to pay you guys a visit sometime for a 5-finger discount.
Sure. We welcome you anytime. Are you sure you really want to invite a thief into your country with open arms?
Just looking at these scaffolds just makes you want to climb them.
I recommend that you do not try. There was a fire burning here until not too long ago.
Yeah, but I think enough time has passed, so it should be alright. Thief Child says, if there is a height to be scaled, then scale it you must.
Starting from Thief Child, would you care to explain what you just said?
They're having a real time of it cleaning up after the fire.
I suppose we should stay out here, investigate the stage some more. Run out of things to look at. Let's talk to people. Mr. Edgeworth. You look like you're enjoying yourself, Detective. Well, I don't have much else that I enjoy as much as a good investigation, sir. So, what did you find out? Ah, well... I take it he has found nothing of any particular use. As usual. Wow, those look really good, sir. Can I have one? Don't you dare line your stomach with the evidence. Come to think of it, the dog Detective Gumshoe takes care of just up and ate a samurai dog earlier as well. Poor little dog, slowly coming to resemble his handler. What do you notice about this, Detective? I don't really sense anything special about it, but the embassy is a different story. I'm not really sensing anything special from you either, sir. Well, I'm sensing a special look at your monthly salary, Detective. So much nothing. What are you even used for, Detective? My God. Hey, Mr. Edgeworth, I got something really interesting from Ambassador Polano. Oh? And what is this something interesting? This, sir.
Wow, that's so pretty. I'm so jealous. There's a real treasure there.
Why does the flame burn green, Detective? So apparently, if you burn this special wit crystal oil that they only make in Babal, it burns this green color, sir? Interesting. So it's a special property of the oil. I suppose this is a ploy to force people to visit Babal should the oil run out.
Hey, Gummy, what about these silhouettes?
They stuck some cutouts on the outside of the lantern so it'd project the images. Oh? Silhouettes, eh? They are rather pretty, aren't they? Wait, what am I doing? I was supposed to be asking for an update on the investigation. Hey, what's wrong, sir? There's something I want you to investigate for me. Do you think you can do that much? Uh-huh. You got it, sir.
Hey, that's not fair. Why is Gummy getting to do all the fun stuff?
Ah, well, that's because I'm Mr. Edgeworth's partner.
Oh, I can't believe you took advantage of the confusion and stole my role as his assistant.
I expect the two of you to get along and work together like professionals on this. We got the silhouette lantern. Ba 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 ba. That's a souvenir from Babal. It's just a silhouette lantern. By the by, how much is it? It was really expensive, sir. Not as expensive as my coat. Oh, I see. So it's about the average price of a cheap souvenir. Ouch, sir! Ah, so you're back now, are you, Mr. Edgeworth? You must be tired. Here, with these you can eat whatever you like. And these are discount tickets for our cafeteria. They open tomorrow at 10 in the morning. I appreciate the concern, however, these coupons do nothing for me right now. Babali's ink consists mostly of wit crystal oil. When lit, the oil in the ink burns a bright yellow-green. It makes for a great science experiment. Here, give it a try with this. Yes, well, I understand your enthusiasm, but the amount you gave me earlier isn't enough. I see. That's too bad. In that case, why don't you have a few more of these coupons? I've got plenty. These entitle you to a free copy of our new Babalis video game, Babal Is You. I have plenty of those, too. Where is he conjuring those from? Ambassador Polano, I was wondering if you might have some thoughts on this. I think that you would know more about the case than I. So let me make it up to you for not knowing anything about that with these coupons. Thank you, however, I feel I must decline. I can't believe that Babali's ink was being used in such an evil scheme. And if people were to find out, that would really tarnish the global image of Babal. This is really bad. Really, really bad. Babal's in a bind now. Is it just me, or do his words not match his facial expressions? Ambassador Polino, if you could take a look at this for me. The Primiduck statue sitting in Alabast right now actually belongs to Babal. So it would appear. I received a call from Ms. Von Karba about this earlier. Then you will understand why I want to inspect Babal's Primiduck statue immediately. Because the statue currently in your country's possession? Yes, well, I've already inspected it myself, and it is definitely Alabast's statue. I know because it's the real statue. Then you're saying that Babal's was a replica? I'm embarrassed to say it's true, even though I knew that someday it would be exposed. I received my orders from the leaders of Babal, and I was to negotiate with Ambassador Alba at this event. I was to negotiate with him and fix the results of the evaluation tonight, to say that we could not determine which statue was the real one.
Hold it!
Why are you telling me this? I'm being honest. I'm working with a well, because you already figured it out. Our statue is just a hollow gold shell. Even if Babal were to lose face, the reunification of the country is what's important. I'm right in thinking that, aren't I? I'm not making a mistake, right? If you don't know yourself, then I won't pretend to know either. I never thought that by being betrayed by my own secretary, the real symbol of wealth would be given to me. Isn't it simply ironic?
Hey, where are you going? Are you heading back to Alabast?
Yes, but before I do, I suppose I should give you a summary of what's happened.
Oh, I see. So there's been a murder in both countries using an object from the other country.
That's the gist of it. Babal is just as strict as Alabast in their inspection of the people and things that enter their country, meaning that somehow both murder weapons were smuggled into the two countries. It's the only logical conclusion that can be drawn. Perhaps the key to the weapon smuggling is the person who traversed both countries.
You mean the fake Yatagarasu?
In one way or another, the Yatagarasu is connected. Of this I am sure. Now then, where was the Yatagarasu first spotted? I believe it was the Rose Garden on the Alabastian side of the embassy. The garden is just on the other side of this boundary. It's where Ambassador Alba was to give a speech tonight. At least that's where I heard the Yatagarasu had appeared. In that case, I believe it's vital that I investigate the Rose Garden post-haste.
Wait, before you go, take a look at this, Mr. Edgeworth.
What is it?
My guess is that it's a guitar pick. I picked it up just now over there. Do you think it'll be of any use?
There is a little water on it, but how did the water get on it? It doesn't look like there's anything in it that could get wet from around here.
I was thinking, they have concerts here at this open-air stage from time to time, right?
All right, I'll find its owner later. Pick data.
Oh yeah, there's one more thing. Mr. Edgeworth, would you be willing to hold on to this?
What is this?
It's Ms. Yu's perfume. It's the bottle that woman left behind and that I found 7 years ago. I thought that one day it'd be of some use in tracking her down. So I kept it safe all this time.
Thank you. I'd be honored to hold on to it for you. And we get Callisto Yu's perfume. We still have shit to ask you about before we go anywhere, though. What if we show you this statue? This statue represents that hero, the Steel Samurai, don't you think? I was thinking, what would you say to changing its name to the Steel Samurai statue? I think we already had that one. Yeah, all this stuff we already showed him because it was in the first room. This open-air stage, what function does it serve exactly? Well, normally we use it for a variety of events. It's all to attract that extra bit of attention to Babal. I heard that tonight, over in the Alabastian Rose Garden, Ambassador Alba was to give a speech. And you know what? Manny told me that I really should give a speech too. Mr. Cochin told you that? Yes, he did. Which is why I thought I should give a speech of my own. But unfortunately I wasn't able to. Because of the fire the Yatagarasu started? Exactly. Ambassador Polino, I'd like to ask you a little more about the Primiduck statues. Oh, I see. Well, let me ask you this. Did you know that Alabast and Babal used to be one country called Codopia? Yes, I know that much about your history. Well, the Primiduck statue belonged to the founders of Codopia, At least that's how the story goes. It was bequeathed unto the king of Codopia as a symbol of the country's wealth. So it was meant as a symbol of sovereignty and the right to rule, I take it. Yes, that's right. Which is why both countries are so adamant about their claim. We hold the real statue, therefore we hold the right to rule, is the reasoning. It's rather petty when you think about it, though, I suppose. But if Alabasta and Babal were to re-establish relations, shouldn't that put an end to the squabbling over the statue? I have no reason to believe so. The Primiduc statue is even more important now as a key to diplomacy. I wonder if Ambassador Poleno knows about what has happened to this very important key to Yes, he does. We showed it to him. Perhaps I should try showing him the key. We did! Ambassador Poleno, there's just one thing I'd like to ask you about. But this is your third dialogue with me today. So clearly that is not the case. Yes? Oh, and don't worry, you can ask me about more than just one thing. How about two? When my joke happens before I read the line. In exchange, I expect you'll be coming to Babal, yes? Thank you, but just the one thing is all I require. Manik Kochan, I'd like to ask you about this man who was your secretary. Sure, I'll tell you what I know. Thank you for your cooperation, Ambassador. He was, well... If I had to put it in one word, he was an able man. If there was anything I needed as an ambassador, he was able to get it for me. To think that a man like that had a hand in a smuggling ring right under my nose, going completely unnoticed. Actually, I suppose because he was an able man, I was unable to detect his dirty dealings. It sounds like Mr. Kochan had a very sharp mind. Recently, many had been really busy. Since I became the Babalese representative at the Country Unification Council, we call it the Cuck. He's been working tirelessly to cover my work for me. I'm sorry, but what is this Country Unification Council? Well, you see, had tonight's events proceeded without a hitch, our two countries were to reunify and become one again. But I guess with how things turned out, that dream won't be realized anytime soon. I suppose not. I wonder who might have a vested interest to prevent that from happening. Welcome back, Mr. Edgeworth. Please accept these, courtesy of Ambassador Poleno. That's all right. I appreciate the sentiment, however I must decline.
Oh, come on. You might as well take him since he was nice enough to offer.
Thank you. I hope you'll visit our emissary's cafeteria to redeem them. Appears that Ambassador Poleno isn't the only one adamantly handing these out. I think we've already... Nope, these are new lines. We'll go through it as quickly as we can. It's the national flag of Babal, and it features the country's butterfly crest.
Using a butterfly as a national symbol makes Babal just seem so cute. It goes along perfectly with Ambassador Poleno's smiling face.
And what about the flower of Alabast?
Well, by the looks of Ambassador Alba, it almost seems like the poor flower needs to be watered.
I suppose an ambassador is the face of a country, but Kay is being too literal about it. Dennis would like a compliment. Well, Dennis, you always know how to make me laugh. The Babalese embassy is just outside this window. It appears the renovations are going well.
Hey, I see Ambassador Poleno out there.
Yes, we were just speaking to him. He's carrying wood planks for the renovations himself. Very commendable.
He's carrying 4 of them? Wow. You may not look it, but I guess Ambassador Poleno's got some real muscles.
Perhaps a bit of physical strength is required to be the ambassador of a country. Flowers sent by Global Studios.
Global Studios?
That's where they filmed the Steel Samurai television show. They've been producing hit after hit recently, so the studio is being remodeled.
Oh, I read about that in the papers the other day. The mascot of theirs is also getting a facelift too, right? What's its name?
You mean Mrs. Monkey?
Yeah, I thought it was something like that. You really have a great memory.
Ha! Never underestimate my powers of recollection.
Aren't they worried that if you leave these tapes out on the table like that, the Yatagarasu will make off with them?
I honestly doubt the Yatagarasu would want to steal Steel Samurai videotapes.
But that's where you're wrong. The fake Yatagarasu may not want to steal them, but you never know with the real Yatagarasu.
Please stop eyeing the tapes with that look of want in your eyes, Kay. We saw the show just beyond these doors, but it's been quiet a number of hours now.
Mr. Edgeworth, have I ever told you that you talk like an old fogey?
I was merely reminiscing. Is that such a crime?
Those are some nice flowers. I wonder who they're from. Deepwater Imperial Hotel. What's this, Mr. Edgeworth?
Ah, it's an ultra-luxurious hotel that sponsors the Steel Samurai series. I've been there once to investigate a case.
Huh? What kind of case was it?
I believe it was related to the Nickel Samurai and the Jam and Ninja.
Oh, I remember reading about that. You must be the head of Steel Samurai Affairs down at the prosecutor's office, huh?
I should think that even you could figure that such an office doesn't exist, Kay. But if it was, I would be in charge of it, yes. I can see the courtyard and the Alabastian embassy through this window.
It's a really stately and pretty embassy, isn't it? Especially that chimney. Just looking at it makes me want to use it to sneak my way in. Kind of like how Santa does it. Hey, are you alright? What's wrong, Mr. Edgeworth?
I'm beginning to think that you may have what it takes to become a royal troublemaker. May I enter the Alabastian embassy?
If it's only you, then yes.
Why wouldn't you guys let me in?
I'm just following the rules, madam, so I'd appreciate it if you would shut up.
Well, then I guess I have no choice but to climb over the wall from the Bobblese side.
Kay, please don't run off and do any more dangerous things tonight.
It was just a joke, Mr. Edgeworth. A joke!
Don't tell me that after my heart skipped a beat. I think I'll be returning to the investigation in Alabast now, but...
I know. I'll go back to Babal and do more investigating there.
March 14, 9:58 p.m. Rose Garden.
Not me.
Right, well, I need to go look to see who it is. Hang on a minute.
I believe it's a German lady of sorts.
I see you're back, Miles Edgeworth.
Oh, well, see, if you had cut that music in right before.
How are things in Babal? Although I can't really say I expect much from Scruffy and that girl.
The investigation into Manny Kochan's death hasn't really progressed any. However, the investigation into the Yatagarasu has.
Ah, yes, the Yatagarasu. Even though I find it hard to believe. A person who can freely traverse between the two countries at will? Preposterous.
Well, that's what I came here to investigate. I heard that this is where witnesses claim to have seen the Yatagarasu.
That's correct. Ambassador Alba was to give a speech tonight here in Alabast. And that's when the Yatagarasu appeared. The shadow of the mysterious thief appeared, and just as suddenly it vanished. After that, there was the fire at the Bobblese embassy that the Yatagarasu started.
I vow that not a single feather from the Yatagarasu shall escape my diligence. Begin investigation. Bye.
Yes. Tonight, in this very rose garden, the Alabastian ambassador Quercus Alba was to give a commemorative speech. A very key commemorative speech at that, and including Agent Lang, the security detail was very high. It was very tight, rather. But as if to mock our efforts, the Yatagarasu appears. Then just like that, the thief vanishes and starts a fire at the Bobblese embassy.
Interesting. And are you sure it was the Yatagarasu who appeared here?
Of course. But to have slipped by such tight security and then disappear into thin air, you will need to conduct a very thorough investigation of this area.
Yes, my thoughts exactly. In order to find out the truth behind what happened here, I should start by gathering as much information as I can. Nothing new from the evidence since we've spoken to the last. Is it possible that the Yatagarasu hid in these bushes?
Of course not, they're rose bushes. You've been spending so much time with Scruffy and that girl, they're rubbing off on you. But it's alright, I'll wake you out of your stupor. Gah! Now, the next time you feel like sleep-talking, remember that I'll whip you for real.
All I tried to do was offer up a possibility, and this is what I get? There is an overturned spotlight here.
When the Yatagarasu appeared, the audience that was waiting for the speech to start panicked. I suppose that's when someone must have knocked it over.
I'm having a rough time visualizing the mass confusion that took place here.
I thought to use my whip to capture the Yatagarasu. However, there were people in my way and I was unable to land even a single lash.
I suppose this means that some other poor saps were hit instead? There are roses scattered on the surface of the water, creating a pleasant fragrance.
It's not just for aesthetics. The pool's water is also used for putting out fires.
I see. Oh! The pool stopped filling itself automatically.
The fountain spouts are set to stay open until the pool's water reaches a certain level.
If this water is used to put out fires, I suppose it must be refilled to its normal level. Which suggests that this pool was recently used somehow in the embassy. I guess I'll take some notes about it, just in case.
How dare you surprise me like that?
I'm sorry. Oh, hey, Edgy. Thanks for what you did back there.
Your gratitude alone is enough. More importantly, Larry, this pool is not for your personal enjoyment.
I know that. Do you really think that I'm the type to just jump into a pool and swim around for fun?
Objection!
Yes. All right then, did you by chance fall into the pool?
Nice guess, but no dice. So you know my son, right, Edgy?
Your son?
I guess I kinda lost sight of him when I shook hands with the ambassador. And I'm pretty sure he was around here when I last saw him!
You imbecile! How could you be so flippant at a time like this? What are you going to do if your son fell into the pool? And how old is this child of yours anyway?
Huh? Oh, how old is he again?
Hold it!
Larry, this is the first I've heard of a son. Who exactly is the mother?
The mother? Oh, that chick, the pink princess.
The pink princess.
Hold it!
Miss Von Karma. I was a bit confused by this man's words for a bit there. However, I believe what he is looking for is the doll of the Iron Infant.
Yup, because I'm the Steel Samurai through and through, heart and soul. And the Iron Infant is my cute little son.
You have given a whole new meaning to the phrase an astounding fool.
Larry, we have not seen hide nor hair of the Iron Infant. But rest assured that if we should find him, we'll let you know. Now get out of there!
Sounds good. In that case, I'll go search over there.
Hey, wait! It's not as if he'll get very far swimming around in that pool. Though he's unrelated to the murders, he sure knows how to cause a lot of trouble. It would appear that this pool served its function tonight as an emergency water reservoir. The pool even refills itself to the preset water level, and when the planets align, a steel samurai appears from its depths and scares the shit out of you. I suppose Ambassador Alba sat in this chair?
Ambassador Alba is very elderly. The chair was prepared for him should he have gotten tired during his speech.
In that case, why didn't he plan to make his speech sitting down in the first place?
The ambassador is also quite prideful, that's why.
Sounds like my old principal from grade school would speak at assemblies. So this is where Ambassador Alba was to give his speech.
The stage was set up nicely, however, where was the audience supposed to sit?
Perhaps they were supposed to sit around the edge of the pool.
That's such poor planning. If there was no other place other than a spot or two by the pool, they really should have made seating arrangements, just like how the gallery is set up in court.
Indeed, you can sense that consideration for the viewers was taken with those.
So in the end, the speaker and his audience were to stand the whole time, huh?
Yes, although I suspect the audience would have liked to sit down after a while. Old men are known for not speaking for too long after a while. A statue of a woman. I wonder if the lady is pouring water.
It says that it's a statue of the queen who spoke of love to King Primidux. Well, Miles Edgeworth, it seems that you are lousy at reading a woman's heart.
I opened my mouth about a statue and she somehow made the leap to that. More spotlights. The statue bears a resemblance to the Primidux statue.
The plaque said King Primidux and the battlefield. In order to save the queen, King Primidux put his life on the line and went to war.
So Primidux was actually a person of royal blood. I thought he was simply someone imitating a character from an ancient legend.
Well, what surprises me is that a real person who looked like the Steel Samurai existed.
I suppose there's that too. How is the investigation proceeding on your end? Wang Zi says that's top secret.
If you're going to attempt to imitate your superior, at least do it well.
I suppose he believes in the accidental leakage of information.
Have you finished checking out all the bystanders while I wore these cool glasses?
Yes, sir. And we found 14 counts of pickpocketing, 16 counts of illegal parking, and one person ran a light, sir.
Don't tell me you didn't find anything related to the case.
Okay, I won't.
Well, for now, let's just get those other lawbreakers down to the precinct.
Agent Lang,
Well, if it isn't Mr. Prosecutor.
I would just like to thank you for your assistance, sir.
Make no mistake, it's not like I was trying to help you with what I did or anything, baka.
After I left, did you receive word from Ambassador Alba?
We're to wrap up our bodyguard assignment at the end of day. Oddly enough, we received word from HQ to return home on an urgent matter. As if I can be so easily called away from this case after I've come this far. I swear that I'll find the truth and drag it out screaming into the light. You're with me on that, right, Mr. Prosecutor?
What was that noise?
Sorry, I coughed a little.
But you muted your mic halfway through, and so it just came out as.
Lang Zi says, there's no value in trusting those who bear this mark. Let me fill you in on what I hate the most in this world. People who go around showing off that badge. Sorry, but that's one opinion I'm never going to budge on.
Agent Lang, I'd like to ask your opinion on this piece of evidence.
Are you joking? You're asking for my opinion?
Our mutual goal is to search for the truth, in which case, wouldn't cooperation be best?
Lang Zi says I don't give a shit. Sorry, but I'm not one to place my trust in you prosecutor scum so easily.
I'll take that as a no.
Lang Zi says, inevitably, all who have evil in their hearts will find themselves in hell. But we haven't found all the pieces of the truth yet. I've come too far to go home before I see it all with my own two eyes.
In that case, our goals are the same, so shouldn't we be cooperating with each other, like I said in the last dialogue?
We're on two different pages, you and I. And I don't trust any living thing that calls itself a prosecutor. Got it?
So by that you mean, of course, that you would trust Miles Edgeworth's father.
Francisca! Agent Lang, about this piece of evidence.
That thing stinks to high heaven.
Excuse me?
Like all wolves, I've got a good sense of smell. And there's one nasty funk coming from that document. It's the smell of some dirty scoundrel screed.
I wouldn't mind having his sense of smell if it helps in investigations this much.
It's covered in blood. The sight of blood brings out my wild side. What about you? Any special reaction to blood?
No, not especially.
This is why you prosecutors are all worthless.
How does that have any bearing on how good or bad of a prosecutor someone is? Nothing on the Yatagara-su's key? Agent Lang, I'd like for you to take a look at this piece of evidence.
We follow the trail that this piece leads us down. We'll eventually get to the truth.
In that case, then why don't we cooperate and help one another?
I've already told you 2 times no. I can't just trust someone who prosecutor that easily.
Agent Lang, what about this piece of evidence? This is the same as the ink. Agent Lang, would you like a flower?
That's only a scribble of a flower.
Agent Lang, what do you think about this piece of evidence?
He may be the second, but he's just a peon imitating someone else. Just look at what happened to him. All because he was out for the national treasure. Lang Zi says, one should always know one's place in life.
I guess Lang Zi had a lot to say in life and a lot of mundane topics as well. So I guess you've come to accept that you're a side character, Lang? Agent Lang, would you like a samurai dog? I guess Lang, yeah, because Lang was barely in Case 4, so Lang wouldn't know anything about Callisto U. Yatagarasu's appearance. You were working as Ambassador Alba's bodyguard at the time, so naturally you witnessed when the Yatagarasu appeared, correct?
Yeah, I saw the thief all right, with my own 2 eyes. The Yatagarasu was always there, lurking in the shadows. But when the spotlights were turned on for Ambassador Alba's speech, a shadow appeared. That's when cries of, "It's the Yatagarasu!" rang out. The next second, the spotlight went out. And by the time we got the area lit again, the death thief had vanished. When we investigated afterwards, we found that the reason the lights went out was because someone had unplugged the extension plug for all the outdoor electronics. Whether it was someone doing it on purpose or simply a guest who had tripped over it, we don't know. But one thing is for certain. The Yatagarasu was here.
So you're saying that basically all you saw was the thief's silhouette?
Yes!
If all you saw was a shadow, then it's entirely possible that the shadow belonged to someone else.
Good thinking, sis. You just might be right. If it weren't for the fact that there was no one else with that same shape. Not among the staff or the audience members. Not one of them knows how to do finger shadows. My men have already done a thorough check of everyone, so I know I'm right.
Someone else's shadow. That sounds like a plausible hypothesis. The suddenly appearing and disappearing shadow of the Yatagarasu. I believe I figured out its true origin.
I expected no less from my subordinates. Now let's hear what you know on the subject. What really cast the shadow of the Yatagarasu?
Statues? Or we can search. Yeah, it's gonna be like a mixture of these statues, I reckon. I'll save state here, but if it lets me, I'd like to present both.
Take that!
The suddenly appearing and disappearing shadow of the Yatagarasu. Is it not possible that it was created by this statue?
Are you playing me for a fool, Miles Edgeworth? This statue bears absolutely no resemblance to the shadow of the Yatagarasu.
You are correct, however, this statue is but one part of the whole picture.
What do you mean by only one part?
What is the other part to the real form of the Yatagarasu statue? The other one.
Take that!
It's another statue.
The Yatagarasu's shadow was made from the shadows of these 2 statues.
Made? What do you mean by that?
Right now, the spotlights are all over the place. This is because they were moved, and the guests were in a panicked state. However, if we were to restore the lights to where they were when the thief appeared...
Do you believe that the 2 shadows will create the Yatagarasu's shadow?
Precisely. Now then, watch as I reveal the true form of the Yatagarasu. First, if we set up a spotlight to cast a shadow of King Primadux and the battlefield, the shadow of the king statue would appear on the backdrop of the stage. Likewise, if we set a light up on the queen who spoke love to King Pribodux, her silhouette would also appear on the backdrop to the stage.
Aha. So if we were to combine the two shadows, it looks nothing like the Yatagarasu shadow. Miles Edgeworth, how do you explain this grotesque shape?
Calm down, Franziska. The way the light needs to be shone on the queen statue is wrong.
What do you mean by that?
I believe that the whole of the king's shadow needs to be used for this to work. However, in the case of the queen, I don't believe her whole shadow is needed. Rather, the person who created the shadow only used one part of hers.
Only one part?
Yes, and that one part alone is enough to fill in the rest of the Yatagarasu statue.
Why didn't you say that in the first place?
You're right. I apologize. Now, what part of the queen's statue was used to complete the Yatagarasu hand? Alan.
Take that!
Think back to what is missing in our shadow. 5 long, thin areas, correct? Now, what does that remind you of? That's right. It can only be the shadow of the queen's left hand. Franziska, can we please adjust the spotlight's position so that it only shines on the queen's left hand?
Alright, let's give it a try and see what we get. It's...
Yeah, this is exactly like the shadow I saw.
The culprit must have changed the spotlight's positioning beforehand. And then pulled the plug after people saw what the culprit wanted them to see. In their panic, the guests must have moved the spotlights around, which we could assume was also a part of the culprit's plan. By the time the lights came back on, the Yatagarasu's shadow had vanished.
Which means that the shadow was a construct from the very beginning.
So you see, the Yatagarasu never did visit Alabasta. The only country that thief visited was Babal, although it can be assumed that the Yatagarasu had an accomplice in Alabasta.
An accomplice? What so?
I haven't figured that out yet. That's what I'm asked about. But I assume it was the person who set up the shadow show. I sense that the biggest clue yet to solving this case is the existence of this accomplice. Investigation complete.
How's the investigation going?
Detective Bad, have you come to join us in investigating the Yatagarasu?
I've left the murder in Agent Lang's charge. And my only target from the very beginning is the Yatagarasu. So yes.
So, what have you found out?
I got a piece of evidence.
May I see it?
Sure, but you might regret it.
We're here because we are ready to face whatever may come. So if you please.
When people heard the commotion, bystanders started gathering, and one woman claimed, "I'm telling you, I'm a genuine international journalist." She gave me an interesting picture.
A journalist?
Well, actually, she's a freelance cameraman. This is the photo I got from her.
What in the world?
The Yatagarasu is flying through the air.
The times they are changing. It's not just man, but evidence. Even they lie to us now.
When was this photo taken?
Apparently right after the fires on the 4th and 5th floors were put out. It was taken from a nearby building that you can see the embassy from.
I see. So this was taken after the fire. Photo of Yatagarasu data.
The blur in this picture took off from the Bobolese embassy, flew over the boundary, and headed for the embassy of Alabast.
Objection!
This is simply not possible. People are incapable of flight.
Is that a fact? I've had the pleasure of dealing with a case involving a flying person once.
Actually, come to think of it, I've come across a case like this as well. 2, actually.
Maybe it happens more often than we think.
Am I up to the task of solving the mystery behind this photograph? Well, the Yatagarasu took off from the Babalese embassy, so I should start from there. Franziska, I need to return to the Babal investigation for a bit.
All right. I wonder what that photo earlier was all about.
Indeed. That photo certainly was interesting. I believe this necessitates a need to investigate the Babalese embassy once more.
I suppose we have no choice if we are to conduct a perfect investigation.
We'll have to pass through the Theatrum Neutralis to reach the Babalese embassy.
This is simply not possible. People are incapable of flight.
Yeah, we've... Say that again. It was a flying corpse. Maybe.
I'll continue investigating on this side of the building.
All right, I'm counting on you. I didn't mean to go that way. Fuck. I was going to talk bad.
Welcome back, Mr. Edgeworth. Now come on, let's get back to our investigation.
Yes, let's. Bye!
I see you're back. Well, let's continue with the investigation, shall we?
Yes, let's.
Our bed's gone! Fuck you!
What a farce. Turns out that what I thought was the Yatagarasu's shadow was some statues instead.
It's nothing to be embarrassed about. Everyone was in a panic.
And here I thought you'd come over to throw some sarcastic remark in my face.
Of course not. You and I were both of one mind in pursuit of the truth.
But are we really of one mind, though?
Yes, I just happen to be borrowing 98.7% of the brain cells. I'll be returning to the Babal investigation now. I'll contact you if I find anything.
You sure are as stubborn as a rock.
Bye, Franny. We've already investigated everything in this room with Kay, so away we go.
Man, there's no room where Edgy can be alone with his thoughts.
The girls are just waiting at the borders.
The Alabastian and the Babal girls.
March 14, 10:37 p.m., Babalese Embassy, Secretariat's office.
I think after all that running around, we're right back where we started.
It would appear that way. Hi, Mr. Edgeworth. Have you found Manny's killer yet? I'm terribly sorry, Ambassador Polino, but I have yet to find his killer. Then I guess his murder really was the work of the Yatagarasu.
Let's get one thing straight. It was the work of the fake Yatagarasu. The real Yatagarasu is a noble vigilante who was only out to steal the truth.
Miss Faraday, please don't make such a sad face. If there's anything I can do for you, all you have to do is ask, right?
Mr. Polino.
Actually, there is one thing you can do. Will you allow us to take another look around? We didn't have enough time to conduct a thorough investigation earlier. Oh, sure. Please feel free to investigate to your heart's content. Also, there are a few questions I'd like to ask you personally, Ambassador. If it will bring a smile back to Miss Faraday's face, then I'll gladly answer anything.
Thank you, Mr. Polino. You're a total gentleman.
You don't have to waste such nice words on me, little miss.
Hey, Sir Polino!
Those two sure got chummy awfully quick.
You know, it's easy to say we're going to investigate, but where should we begin?
We should probably start by comparing the state of this room before and after the fire. Then we should look into the matter of the suspicious person you spotted.
Yeah, when I came into this room, that person was already gone. But I'm willing to bet that the person I was chasing is Mr. Cochin's killer.
We don't know that yet. However, it's hard to believe that person is unrelated. Furthermore, because the key the Yatagarasu stole 7 years ago was found here, it signals that perhaps Ms. Yu is also somehow involved.
I knew it. That woman is almost definitely Mr. Cochin's killer.
Yet again, we don't know that. There are too many mysteries to be solved in this case. Speaking of the Yatagarasu and mysteries, I received a most mysterious photo from Detective Bad.
Uncle Bad? He's taking part in the investigation too?
Yes. He has been chasing after the Yatagarasu for all these years.
Bad.
Now then, I was told that this photo was taken just after the fire.
What? This kind of looks like the person in the long coat I was chasing. Does this mean I was chasing the fake Yatagarasu after all?
I don't know the answer to your question, but I don't think people can fly either.
But this could be how that person escaped.
Well, we'll need to investigate a bit more before we can say anything about that. In any case, let's not dawdle anymore and pick up our investigation where we left off. Babali's Embassy, Secretariat's Office.
Yes? Is there really any place left we haven't checked out yet in the Babali's Embassy?
Interpol was conducting its investigation when you were being held by Agent Shino. Because of that, I was unable to examine the fireplace and the Secretariat's desk.
True. And since he's here, we should talk with Ambassador Polino some more, too. He looks so sad and lonely since Mr. Cochin died.
Yes, he does. But you are correct. I have a few issues I still need to discuss with him. We should make the best of this opportunity. I'll quickly go through these because I'm pretty sure Kay wasn't with us. Well, she was in the room, but she wasn't with us. Ambassador Polino, would you happen to know what these charred remains are of? I don't know, actually, but I don't think there was anything there that should have been flammable. And so it remains a mystery as to what was burned there. Yes, inflammable, but not flammable. Wait. Grandfather clock. This one resembles the one in Alabasta. Oh, that clock has been with us since back when we were still Codopia.
That is one big clock. Hey, does this one have a bird that pops out like a cuckoo clock?
I'm sorry, but no. Oh, but I'm sure you'll love its chime.
Really? It's going to be 11 soon, so maybe I'll get to hear it then.
Is it that time already? I'm sure flies by when I'm involved in an investigation.
Oh, it's not that late. The night's only just begun.
Hey, it's not good for you to stay up late, you know.
Yes, Gramps. Looks like all the souvenirs suffered some damage from the fire. I just don't believe it. Murder on top of arson? What a disgrace to the name of the Yatagarasu.
The fake Yatagarasu is guilty of much more than just theft, it seems.
I know. Because if it were me, my first priority would have been to loot this bookshelf.
You would steal ordinary souvenirs that you can buy virtually anywhere.
You can't buy them anywhere. Each one is specific to a location and has its own value. And items that have memories attached to them are the most valuable of all.
But could you really rob someone of their valuable memories just like that?
No. Because even if I take the souvenir, I can't take the owner's memories.
We still don't know where the blade of the Babali's knife went. It could be that the killer walked away with it. So this is the real Primaduck statue.
This is really valuable, right?
That's what they say.
Hold it!
Kay, you're not seriously considering the theft of this statue, are you?
No way, Mr. Edgeworth. I wasn't thinking about anything like that. I was just calculating in my head how much the statue is worth.
That sounds mighty suspicious to me. Ambassador Polino, what exactly used to be here? That used to be a stack of brand new pamphlets, but it looks like they were all burned out. I guess we'll just have to reprint them. But no matter how fast we reprint them, they always disappear so quickly. Is the Babali's tourism industry really that hot right now? Of course! Although recently the most popular vacation destination has been the Republic of Virginia. But we refuse to lose to those assholes, so we've been hard at work promoting Baba. Interesting. Well, I've just recently returned from a trip to Virginia myself. Oh? And how did you like it in that hellhole? It was alright. Probably shouldn't bring up the fact that I was a suspect on the flight home.
I've only got one thing to say to this. The real Yatagarasu can't fly through the air. This is one of Miss Yu's possessions that I found 7 years ago. I thought that maybe it'd be of some use one day, so I took really good care of it.
Thank you, Kay. I'll be sure to put it to good use. We'll see.
Yeah, now let's go catch that woman.
We will. However, Kay, you need to look before you leap. You tend to lose your cool when it comes to anything related to that woman.
I'll be alright. I'm not exactly all that calm normally anyway.
I don't think that's something most people would boast about, Kay. Nothing on the pic, even though she's the one who found it. The national symbol of Babal is drawn here. There's nothing especially strange about it.
Is it just me, or did the butterfly gain an antenna since we last saw it?
Even if it did, would it really have any bearing on our case, Kay? Now then, Ambassador, I'd like to ask about your movements before the fire broke out. Before the fire? Which fire are you talking about? Which one? There was more than one tonight? Huh? Oh, I see. I guess you didn't hear about it. We had 2 fires here at Babali's embassy tonight. What a bother all of that was.
Wait, but the only fire we know about is the one after the Jammin' Ninjas show.
Ah, well, the first occurred at the start of the Jammin' Ninja show. Luckily, only the 4th and 5th floors of our embassy caught on fire. Not wanting to cause a panic among the theater goers, we decided to keep it internal. And the fire after the Jammin' Ninja show was the second one of the night. Exactly. So the fire I witnessed was the second one. Come to think of it, didn't Detective Bad make reference to the first fire? Yes.
Apparently, right after the fires on the 4th and 5th floors were put out.
I suppose this means that the photo was taken just after the first fire was put out. That's helpful to know.
So then what was the extent of the damage in the second fire?
The second fire was contained to this floor, the 3rd floor. I think it was leftover embers from the fire on the floors above it that caused it. That's, how should I put this, a very bad stroke of luck. My office on the 5th floor, Manny's office here, and Manny himself. All gone in the blink of an eye.
I feel so sorry for you, Mr. Polino.
Oops, look at me going on and on. Now then, what was it you wanted to ask me about? We were discussing your actions and whereabouts for today were. And if you happen to know what Mr. Cochin's actions and whereabouts were as well. Yes, very well. Let's see, I've been quite busy all day from morning until now. First I woke up and I brushed my teeth. After that I had a roll for breakfast. Fascinating. How about if you just skip to the relevant parts for me? Oh, you would like a condensed version. All right, I can do that for you. So what did Mr. Cochin and you do this morning? Well, originally we were supposed to meet and shake hands with the Jammin' Ninja, but Manny and I wanted to turn it into a photo op, so we were here tidying up his office. You helped clean Mr. Cochin's office? Why were you not cleaning your own? Oh, I think I forgot to mention this, but my office is currently undergoing renovations. Which is why both the Primiduck statue and the Babali's knife set are down here. I see. Oh, but the tidying didn't take much, really. We just burned some files we no longer needed, evidence of our crimes, and expired coupons in the fireplace.
I bet cleaning up the fireplace must have been a real pain in the ass, though, huh?
Ah, about that. I don't have an ass. And I forgot to clean the ashes out. I guess I'm up a creek without Manny here to get angry at me.
Hold it!
An ambassador like yourself has been on the receiving end of a secretary's anger? Oh, he was very good at being very mad. Why, even just this morning he got mad at me. I spilled some Babali's ink on the back wall while I was burning the files, you see. And he got mad at me, saying that I should treat the ink with more respect. Apparently orders go up the chain of command around here. And we get Polino's testimony. That's about it for what we did this morning, just some cleaning. Don't tell me you had no other work to do, being an ambassador and all. Now then, if you could tell me what you and Mr. Cochin did this afternoon. Well, Manny and I went down together to the Theatrum Neutralis. We had to be there for the start of the Steel Samurai stage show. After the show started, I went back to my office on the 5th floor alone. So they were together until the start of the show. A little while later, after I had straightened myself up a bit, I returned to the theater because I was to take part in the photo op on stage at the end of the show. There was a commemorative photo op at the end. It was a fantastic photo of the three of us, Ambassador Alba, the Steel Samurai, and myself. After the photo shoot, I went back to my office on the 5th floor to prepare for my handshake photo op with the Jammin' Ninja. He seems to be rather overworked for an ambassador. When I got to my office, that's when the first fire broke out and I escaped down the stairs. My office was completely destroyed, but thankfully no one was hurt. I admit I ran away from the first fire as fast as my legs could carry me. But during the second one, I pitched in and helped the embassy staff put it out. So you didn't see Mr. Cochin again after the start of the Steel Samurai show? Yes, that's right. The next time I saw him, he was lying there in an eternal sleep. I see. Ambassador Poleno, I thank you very much for your help. I'm sorry I could be of more assistance, Mr. Edgeworth. If there is anything else, please don't hesitate to ask, all right? Yeah, you can look over some recent evidence. Ambassador Poleno, I was wondering if you might have some thoughts on this. I think that you would know more about the case than I. All or nothing. I lost a lot of things to those fires. Things like the many coupons we had printed, discount tickets for the cafeteria, and I should think that those blasted coupons were not the biggest victim here. Everything this morning happened exactly as I said it did in my statement. Manny and I wanted to do a photo shoot with the German ninja, so we tidied his office. That's about it. I can't think of anything else of interest. If this guy is to be believed, an ambassador's job consists only of wasting time. Well, that's Poleno. This safe wasn't open at the time of the fire.
You could tell because the inside wasn't burnt, right?
Yes, and thanks to this safe's fire resistance, the smuggling evidence was preserved.
Aren't safes great? They always hold the wonderful promise of treasures within.
Well, this one certainly did have a few inside. It appears that Mr. Cochin's body has been taken in for an autopsy. The white outline is all that is left to tell the tale of his murder. A fireplace, huh? So Babal's officers have them too.
Two?
There is a fireplace in relatively the same location in the Alabastion office. However, we found something there that I'd rather not recall ever again. I still can't believe that we found that lady's undershirt in the fireplace.
If it was that traumatizing, why don't you try creating new memories with this fireplace? We could climb inside and we could play hide and seek.
It'd come out covered in soot? I think not.
You really have no sense of fun, Mr. Edgeworth.
It appears that this area was heavily damaged by the fire.
Yeah, I guess we should hurry up and get started examining everything.
Nook and cranny time. That looks like a very comfortable chair.
Well, it doesn't look all that broken, so maybe you should try sitting in it.
No, I'd better not. It's very important that we preserve the crime scene at all times.
Wait, but you're always touching all sorts of things at crime scenes.
That's because I am a prosecutor, and it's a part of my job to examine things.
My job is to be a great thief.
Which is exactly why you are not allowed to touch anything.
So I guess embassy phones are just like normal phones, huh?
Well, what did you imagine them to look like?
I thought that the balls would look like a flower and the receiver would be a butterfly. That way it'd look like the butterfly receiver was sucking nectar from the flower base.
If any country had a flower phone, it would be Alabast, don't you think?
Oh, then maybe the phone I envisioned would have been from when they were Codopia.
There's really no point in asking me about something that never existed in the first place.
You know what you lack, Mr. Edgeworth? Curiosity and an imagination.
It would appear that this desk also fell victim to the fire.
Doesn't it look too damaged? Oh, I think we can rifle through this drawer a bit.
I suppose we really should take a look. It seems that the contents of this drawer survived the fire rather well.
Now that's a sturdy desk. I guess that's the value of solid wood construction. Let's see if there's anything useful left in here, Mr. Edgeworth.
This is a rather unusual shape for a notepad. I suppose this must be another souvenir from somewhere. That's the same shape as this. The shape of this notepad matches the shape of this note we found.
Hey, you're right. What is it? It looks like something straight out of Monument Valley.
Ah, yes. That notepad is a souvenir from somewhere in your country. We've been collecting them for the purpose of studying them, you see. Yes, I do. You do seem to be quite passionate about it. No, would you like to see my souvenir collection? I'd love to show it to you. Wouldn't they have burnt down in your office? Yeah, are you sure they haven't been burnt to crisp by the fires? Ambassador Polino, I wonder if you might recognize the handwriting on this note. This... Well, it looks like Mandy's handwriting. I see. In that case...
Ooh, did you figure something out?
This note was found in Alabast. Specifically, it was found being firmly grasped by the murdered Damask II.
Damask II? Then this note...
Yes, it was a request from Mr. Cochin for Damask II to steal the Primadox statue. What? Mandy tried to steal Alabast's Primadox statue? We would know for sure if we could run a handwriting analysis. Ambassador, do you have any documents that were handwritten by Mr. Cochin? Yes, I can gather a few and give them to you. I'll have to ask Detective Gumshoe later to run the analysis. I can't believe that Mandy would even think of doing something like this. Do you have any idea as to why he would have requested the theft of the statue? There is one possibility, but mind you, it's just my personal speculation. Anything you can tell me would be of great help, Ambassador. There's still more suspicious-looking nooks and crannies to look at here. It looks like a bunch of flyers with coupons attached to them.
The wall sure gives away a lot of different coupons. Maybe I should create one of my own. I could call it the Great Thief Coupon.
What kind of discount would that net you?
The 5-finger kind, what else? And I'd steal an extra thing or two for the bearer.
Things such as?
Such as the truth. What else would I steal?
Oh, what I wouldn't give to have a mountain of your coupons right about now. Manny Cochin. His name is written on here on this nameplate.
Why would you put a nameplate with your name on it in your own office?
I suppose it's to inform people in case they walked into the wrong room by mistake.
Do you think maybe it's also there to remind you of your own name if you forget?
Well, either way, it's never a bad thing to sit a nameplate on one's desk. Oops. There is only one book left standing here, Treasures of the World.
Wait, what? Let me see that. Uh-huh. I see. The most important part was blackened by the fire. Why, cruel fate? Why?
Looks like the map of where the treasures are located has been burnt. There is a bottle of Bobbly's ink on Mr. Cochin's desk.
It looks like there's still a lot of ink left inside.
The seal is unbroken, so the fire probably couldn't get into the bottle to burn up the ink.
Hey, Mr. Polino. Looks like your precious Bobbly's ink is all right after all.
What? That's odd.
Hold it!
Ambassador, what do you mean by that? Well, it's just that there is something strange about the ink. Would you mind elaborating on the statement for me, please? No. I won't. You can see the Alabastian embassy through this window.
So where were you when you were investigating over there, Mr. Edgeworth?
Ah, you can see it from here. I was there on the 5th floor. That's where Damask II was killed.
What? You don't mean the Mask Damask II? Aw, poor guy. As a fellow second-generation thief, I can't just turn a blind eye to this.
Even though Damask II was merely an imposter of the original? There we are. Mr. Cochin's ink. I wonder if you might tell me what you noticed about Mr. Cochin's bottle of ink. I just thought of it right now, but during the second fire, Manny was worried about his office, so he came rushing back to it. I called out to him, and when I received no reply, I used my spare key to open the door. But when I did, I was greeted by roaring green flames. The flames were so big that I wasn't able to see into the room at all.
Hold it!
The fire was green. What was the cause? Well, wet crystal oil burns green when it is lit, as you can see by this lantern. Bobbly's ink is made from the same oil, which means it would also burn green. You know, I too had thought it was Manny's ink that had caught on fire. So that's why I was surprised to find out there was still a bottle of ink left on his desk.
The case of the perplexing green flames. Talk about a mystery.
What exactly was it that caught on fire in here? I believe that you said you might have an idea as to why Mr. Cochin hired Damask II. Actually, I fear it may be my fault. As I was telling you earlier, we were to determine which statue was the real one as part of today's event.
But because of the Yatagarasu and the fire here, that got cancelled, didn't it?
I'm actually relieved that the rest of the event has been cancelled. For you see, Babal's statue, well, it's just a replica. And did Mr. Cochin know that about Babal's Primaduck statue? Of course he knew. That's why he was the only person I could consult with. We'd have to do something once our statue was revealed as a replica. As to be expected, I was very nervous today, as this would impact our country's authority. Yes, I understand. Well, when I told Manny my concerns, he said, "Let me handle it. It'll be all right. I'll find a way to make sure you're the ambassador of the reunited Codopia." At the time, I thought he was just trying to cheer me up, but when I saw that note, I realized he was serious.
Hold it!
Mr. Cochin, he put a lot of business behind your back. I assume he did all that to ensure that you were the next Codopian ambassador. But why was he trying so hard, I wonder? He was so much better at getting things done than I ever was or will be. I don't know the answer to why he was trying so hard yet, but I suspect he had an ulterior motive in mind beyond just simple kindness.
Oh, here you are, Mr. Edgeworth.
Detective Gumshoe, have you collected the information that I requested?
Yup, got it all right here, sir. Here you go, Kay. Feel free to take a look. It's for you, after all.
What is all this, Gummy?
It's all the information on this room that I got from the Embassy and Interpol people. Now we know exactly how this room was before and after the fire.
Good work, Detective.
Oh, it was nothing, sir. I'm an expert at getting people to talk.
Wow. You two remind me so much of my father and Uncle Bad.
What do you mean?
As prosecutor and detective, your dynamic is just like theirs back in the day. Well, don't you worry. I'm gonna find my own wonderful partner someday. When I do, I'm gonna become a good Yatagarasu, just like my father, right?
Hold it!
Please don't ask me questions to which I have no answers to, Kay. However, I can say that it is truly a wonderful thing to find a partner you can trust.
You bet. So what now, Mr. Edgeworth?
Well, I'd like to ask you for a favor.
Yeah?
That gadget? Mr. Thief, is it? That thing you call your secret weapon?
Oh, you mean Little Thief? You're coming to rely on it, aren't you?
Hold it!
I don't need a crutch like that. I'm only asking because I need it for the investigation. From the information Detective Gumshoe gathered and the ambassador's testimony, I'd like you to please recreate this room as it was during the third floor fire.
You got it. All right, here we go. Dark skies of evening, when no other bird dares take wing, one alone remains all-seeing. Now, witness the true power of a real modern-day Robin Hood!
It seems there are other things besides what the ambassador mentioned that have changed. It's possible that we might find the escape route the person Kay saw used as well. Ooh, what is this? It is some sort of light show I was not told about.
This is the power of a true vigilante. It's recreating the room with the info I inputted.
Really? That is certainly one interesting device you have there, Miss Faraday. I believe it's about time we return to our investigation.
Yeah? Ready for a review on how to use Little Thief? Okay, here we go. Objects outlined in yellow are things that are not present in our time but were in the past. Things outlined in a dotted line are things that exist now but didn't in the past. You can examine and interact with replicated people and objects as you normally do. You can even present evidence whenever you find an inconsistency. Oh, and be sure to point out mistakes in the recreation with evidence, too.
Thank you for the refresher course, Kay.
If there's something you don't get about Little Thief, feel free to ask me anytime, okay? Looks like it was quite the fire, huh?
Yes, it appears that the flames spread fairly quickly to some of the other rooms as well.
Yeah, but thanks to Gummy's info, I was able to recreate this room. Plus, the burnt stuff is still lying around, so you can check those as well.
The state of this room before and after the fire. I can possibly obtain some new information by comparing the differences. Yes, that's what I'll do, and use any new information to complete my logic. No new evidence to show her. Detective, you took part in the initial Babal investigation, correct?
Yup, sure did. I also helped put out both fires, sir. But that first fire took me by surprise. I had a tough time escaping the 5th floor. First, I tried the elevator, but I guess someone else had the same idea because it was in use. If I hadn't remembered to use the stairs at that point, I'd have been burnt to a crisp.
Hold it! Wait, that's odd. We always warn our staff that in case of a fire, it's dangerous to use the elevator. Oh?
Maybe someone wrote it in a fit of panic?
Detective, did you see the Yatagarasu that came into the Babalese embassy at all?
I didn't personally. The other staff members told me they never got a good look at the person either, sir.
I wonder if you could tell me a bit more about what you discovered, Detective.
The second fire broke out around the time the Yatagarasu was spotted in Alabasta. It is also when a suspicious person was spotted in Babal, which caused some panic.
Hold it!
So no one was able to get a good look at this Yatagarasu that entered Babal.
Yeah, all they saw was a mysterious person wearing a long coat. But that's not enough to make a positive ID, you know.
Still, it was enough to make the people who received the calling card panic even more.
A person in a long coat. Sounds like the exact same person I saw.
The Yatagarasu that appeared in Alabasta was proven to be just a fabrication. Shadow. In light of that fact, the Yatagarasu that appeared in Babal is also suspect.
You can't be serious. Not when we're this close to capturing the fake. I mean, Callisto, you.
So the Yatagarasu appeared, caused mass confusion, killed Mr. Cochin, and then disappeared. By the way, Detective, why did you not chase after the Yatagarasu?
I did, but, well, this embassy's huge, sir. I got separated from the other staff members I was with and was lost for a while there.
You didn't even memorize the layout of the building you were to guard, Detective?
I'll be sure to do that from now on, sir. But you know, it was thanks to me being lost that I was able to come to Kay's rescue.
Oh, is that a fact?
Yeah, it was when I was lost and wandering around in the upper 3rd floor hallways, sir. When I heard a scream, I headed toward it right away.
Oh, that's probably from when I found Mr. Cochin's body.
Yeah, I thought it sounded like her, so I got real worried and ran as fast as I could.
And it was thanks to Gummy that Miss Sheena wasn't able to take me away. He covered for me until you got here, Mr. Edgeworth.
Oh, I see. So he can be useful once in a blue moon.
Still, it's too bad that Agent Sheena got here before I did.
I wonder where Agent Sheena was before you found her here.
Well, just before I got to this room, I saw her coming out of the room next door.
Agent Sheena mentioned something about chasing the Yatagarasu herself earlier.
Well, she apparently helped in putting out the first fire. Then, during the second fire, I heard she was busy chasing the Yatagarasu.
She seems to be a very dedicated agent. You would do well to learn from her.
Why are you pointing at me when you say that, sir?
I don't know much about Sheena. What do you notice about this piece of evidence, Detective?
I don't really sense anything special about it, but the embassy's a different story.
I see.
I'm not really sensing anything special from you either. Those were some fires, sir. We don't exactly have the manpower to fight it ourselves when they're this bad. So about the only thing we could do was try and catch the arsonist. I felt so helpless thinking about it. I mean, we can't prevent this sort of thing. We can only do something after it's happened.
At least it's better than doing nothing. Isn't that right, Detective Gumption?
I guess so, sir.
That's Gumshoe done. This guy's got nothing new.
So Babal is really into pushing their tourism industry, huh?
Yes, it would appear that way.
You know, I'd really love to take a trip. Hey, why don't we take one after this case?
Do you already have a destination in mind?
Well, ideally, I'd like to go somewhere where I can continue my thief training.
Well, if you want to learn the fine art of stealth, perhaps you should visit the studio where they make the Jam and Ninja TV show.
Hey, that's actually a really great idea, Mr. Edgeworth.
I can't believe she took me seriously. It's the charred remains of a fallen ceiling fan.
Oh, I've seen a few of these before. They spin around and around and play music.
I believe you're thinking of a musical mobile for babies.
Yeah, that's it.
But they're nothing alike.
They're totally alike. They spin those babies right round like a record, baby.
I see. I guess I can see how you might think that, if you're a moron.
It looks like one of the Bobbly's knives was already missing before the fire began.
So it would seem, especially since the other 2 knives' handles were burned away.
The remaining handle was swapped out with the handle from the real murder weapon, and Babal's national treasure was stolen. More Babal, don't you think?
I'm not sure I would lump the replica statue in with the rest of Babal's woes. That looks like a very comfortable chair. The curtain's different, but that's just because it burnt away. And whatever that is on top of the fireplace, we can't investigate. This grandfather clock was apparently in a different position before the fire.
According to staff members, the clock was flush against the wall before the fire, sir.
Which means that most likely it was moved by someone during the fire.
Speaking of which, it's totally 11 o'clock now, but I don't hear any chiming.
Huh? That's odd. It was still chiming right on the dot of every hour this morning. Maybe the fire damaged its internal mechanisms or something. Ambassador Poleno, may we take a look inside this clock? Sure, go right on ahead. Detective Gumshoe, if you could please inspect the insides of this clock.
Yes, sir, I'm on it. Mr. Edgeworth, I found this inside, sir.
It looks like a length of wire, so this is what caused the clock to stop chiming. But what was a long length of wire doing inside this clock in the first place? Why would someone do this to such a valuable clock?
Sounds like it wasn't Mr. Polino that put the wire in there.
And perhaps it was Mr. Cochin's killer who did. These must have been the large green flames Ambassador Polino saw.
With flames like these, it's no wonder he couldn't get in.
Okay, by the time you came into this room, had the fire already been put out?
Yeah, the fire had died out or something by that time.
Then this fire in here only burned from the time the fire started on the 3rd floor until the Yatagarasu appeared and caused a stir in Babal, I suppose.
I guess Mr. Polino was just lucky enough to run into this fire as it was burning, huh?
Yes, you could put it that way. And since you were the first to discover the body, we can assume that no one else entered the room until that time. No one other than the person you were chasing, of course.
I knew it. That person I saw was definitely up to no good. I mean, that person could even be Mr. Cochin's killer.
That is very likely to be the case. After all, that person came into this room before you, and must have chosen this room precisely because they knew no one would be in here.
Okay, then maybe the green fire was where it was to prevent anyone from coming in. But then, what did the person set on fire to make the green flames?
Well, whatever it is that person burned, it made a rather sizable fire.
And since the fire's green, well, we've seen something that burns green, right? It's a bit tinier than these flames, but you get what I mean.
Yes, and I do believe that what you are thinking is exactly why these flames are green. Which fire-related piece of evidence burns the same color as these green flames? The ink.
Take that!
The source of the green in these flames is related to this.
Oh, really? Well, I don't think they're related at all.
What?
Hey, you honestly apologized this time for being wrong.
What? I'm always honest.
And that's a good thing. Now just keep on doing it.
I need to think about this a bit more carefully. If I stay calm, the answer should come to me. This green flame, it's the same as that other flame. The fucking lantern. I couldn't leap ahead to the fucking ink? That's stupid.
Take that!
This silhouette lantern, its green flame comes from the wit crystal oil it's burning.
Yeah, that's the fire I was thinking of too. I love the green it gives off.
I think we've now established that the green flames were caused by wit crystal oil. Furthermore, we know that there is only one other thing made from wit crystal oil.
Oh, you mean that thing Mr. Polino was mistaken about, right?
Yes, precisely, as we found out earlier in our investigation.
What? I don't get it. Can you fill me in, sir?
Fine, I suppose. I'll explain it in a way that even you can understand. This is the thing made from wit crystal oil that Ambassador Polino was mistaken about. Now we fucking play the ink. Bobbley's ink is made from wit crystal oil.
Oh, so it should burn the same color as the flames in the lantern, right?
Yes, precisely. However, the green flames in this room were not from a bottle of Bobbley's ink.
Because we found the ink Mr. Cochin used on his desk, right?
Yes, however, we know that Mr. Cochin was smuggling the ink in massive quantities. Now, what do you suppose he made using all that ink? I believe what he made with that ink is the answer to what gave birth to the green flames.
Oh yeah! I'm beginning to really feel the energy coming from you, Mr. Edgeworth.
It would appear that I've finally found it, the smuggling ring's real goal. Made of Bobbley's ink, this is the source of the green flames.
Take that!
Money. What would consume that great of a volume of ink to make? That would be the counterfeit bills that the smuggling ring made and are circulating in Jungfa.
You're kidding! You're saying that it was Mr. Cochin who made the counterfeit bills?
I am. I believe you could even go so far as to say that he stole Babal's printing press. Ambassador, Mr. Cochin had permission to freely use the printing press, correct? Why, yes. And I do remember seeing him use it in the middle of the night. But never did I think he was using it for such a foul deed. 1 second. I just need to look at something. If you don't mind. Ambassador, because of your secretary's crimes, you will need to be investigated as well. Yes, I suppose so. We've caused quite a bit of trouble for a few countries, haven't we? It's my duty to search out all who shielded Mr. Cochin and concealed his crime. For they are the ones who started the fire in order to destroy the evidence. We've examined everything in this office, but there is one thing that bothers me. Perhaps I should ask Ambassador Polino about it. Ambassador Polino, there is something I'd like to ask you about. Yes? About this office, it appears to me to be very similar to Ambassador Alba's office. For example, the location of the fireplace and the position of the grandfather clock. Ah, that's right. You've also paid a visit to the Alabastian side of the embassy. Our two embassies actually used to be one. Yes, I know, even the pamphlet mentioned that. Which is why the building is bilaterally symmetrical. So no matter which room, the location of the fireplace and the like are exactly the same, even when the art is located the same. As my room is currently under renovation, we worked hard to make Manny's room look like the ambassador's office.
You mean for your handshake photo op with the Jammin' Ninja?
Yes, that's right. I mean, what's a photo like that worth if it's not taken in the ambassador's office, right? Yet another odd expression of Babal's obsessively competitive spirit with Alabasta, I take it. Thank you, Ambassador. That piece of information is all I needed to connect the dots. Connect what dots? Well, anyway, I'm glad I was able to be of some help. Yes. We have lots of logic points at this stage. We have connected fireplaces, bilateral symmetry. The Alabastian and Barbalese sides of the building are symmetrical to each other. As we know that to be a fact, then this room's fireplace may also hide a secret passageway.
A secret passageway?
In Alabast, the fireplace turned out to have a revolving back wall.
A revolving wall? It sounds like something out of a ninja house.
Wow, there was a trick like that built into the fireplace, sir?
What? This embassy holds that kind of secret? There seems to be a lot about this room that you don't know, Ambassador. I guess it's time to pay the bill for letting Mandy do so much work for me. Please, I really want to know about the real Mandy and what you know about this room.
What are you waiting for, Mr. Edgeworth? Let's get to the bottom of this.
Agreed, and my first thought is that it's likely the killer used the revolving fireplace. So we should examine it.
It looks like just another fireplace, though, doesn't it? So how do you turn it again?
In Alabast, I had to push where the X was in the far wall of the fireplace.
Oh, I see an X back there, sir. Let's see what happens when I push. Ah! You scared me, sir.
There is something about this fireplace that lies in contradiction to the facts.
Huh? We found an X where you thought there'd be one, right?
We did, but that's not what I was referring to. Something is missing from this scene. What does this contradiction mean for us? I don't know what he means. If we push this X mark, the fireplace wall should turn.
A revolving fireplace wall? That's neat, sir. We should hurry up and...
Wait, Detective, there is something we need to examine about this first. Besides which, there is also something I would like to test.
Like what, sir?
I'll tell you later, Detective. For now, let's continue with this investigation. All I see inside this fireplace is starter wood.
Huh? That's odd. Doesn't match up with what Mr. Polino said earlier.
What is the meaning of this contradiction? What did Mr. Polino say? Burning files in fireplace. Left ashes there. No, he didn't. The fireplace is clean, even though there's been a fire. Ambassador Polino, you said that you burned some old files in the fireplace today, correct? Yes, I burned quite a few files this morning, actually. And after you did, you forgot to clean out the ashes from the fireplace, correct? That's right, but why are you asking, and why are you making such a scary face? I'm sorry, I admit I am a bit intimidating when I'm serious. In any case, take a good look at this fireplace and tell me what you find odd about it. Let's see. Huh? Where did all the ashes go?
What is the meaning of this, Mr. Edgeworth?
You don't really think that Ambassador Polino is lying, do you?
No, there is no reason for him to lie. And I don't believe his testimony is wrong either. It is the fireplace that is causing the contradiction. Kay, I wonder if you might update the fireplace data for me.
Got it. I'll add in the ashes from the burnt files and... Sounds like we've pretty much figured everything out now, huh?
Well, it was nothing. All I did was follow where our leads led us.
Oh, I sense it coming on. You're about to dazzle us again, right?
Oh, you mean that? Well, it's what Mr. Edgeworth is known for, you know.
There is really no need for you two to dance around the name of what I'm about to do. Missing ashes. Revolving fireplace. The reason as to why the ashes are missing is simple.
It's not because someone cleaned them up, right?
No, because even if someone did sweep them up, the fireplace is too clean for that. Ambassador Polino said that he spilled some Barbalese ink while he was burning the files. And yet there is not a trace of the spilled ink on the back wall anywhere.
Well, then I don't know what happened.
Well, I'll tell you what happened. The two sides were switched. By using the revolving fireplace wall, the ashes were moved into the neighboring room. which means that this is a clear indication that the fireplace was used.
Then you mean the person that I was chasing?
You know who it is by this point, don't you?
Disappeared from this room through there?
Yes, I believe the person you were in pursuit of is Mr. Cochin's killer, and after committing the murder escaped through the fireplace. The person Kay was chasing used the fireplace to escape to the room next door.
Wow, Mr. Edgeworth, you figured out the killer's escape route!
I have, but this is only the beginning. Now we have to chase the killer down. The person Kay was chasing used the fireplace to escape into the room next door. Sheena was in the room next to Mr. Cochin's office right up until she tried to arrest Kay. If the killer used the fireplace in this room to escape into the next, then it's only logical for us to talk with the person who was in the neighboring room.
Well, the person that was in the next room was... Oh! It was her.
Yes, Detective. Agent Sheena.
It's looking more and more like Mrs. Sheena is the killer, isn't it?
Let's not jump to conclusions yet. We need to go through what we know so far. She came running straight into this room from the next one and instantly accused you. Furthermore, she claimed that it could only have been you that killed Mr. Cochin. I don't have any proof yet. However, I know she is hiding something from us.
Okay, then why don't we go ask Miss Sheena herself?
No, not yet. There's something that needs to be done first. Detective Gumshoe.
Sir, is it my turn to do something, Mr. Edgeworth?
Yes, I have a two-part special assignment for you. First, I need you to run a handwriting analysis on Damask II's note.
Okay, I'll get the lab boys on that right away.
Second, I want you to see if you can fit through the revolving fireplace wall.
Right now, sir?
No, next decade.
Of course now! We need to test our hypothesis first, don't we?
Go on, Gummy, you can do it!
All right, I'm gonna do this like a real man. Here I go, through the fireplace and back.
You shouldn't need to psych yourself up that much for such a simple task, Detective.
Wow, the wall inside the fireplace really did turn.
That's so neat! Now I want to try going through there too.
There really is a secret passageway through there. I had no idea. It would appear that the ash really was pushed into the other room. Furthermore, the Bobbley's ink you spilled, Ambassador, is there on the back wall.
Okay, here I go, sir.
Detective, I'd like you to go through there under the same conditions as the killer.
Huh? There's all that ash and stuff.
And your point is? Now we're short on time, so if you could please hurry on through.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so now we pretty much have the whole picture, right?
No, not yet. There remains a few more mysteries to solve. Such as the Yatagarasu's whereabouts, the other smuggling ring members, the two weapons that made it across the border, the key Ms. Yu stole 7 years ago. In fact, we haven't figured out a thing regarding how Ms. Yu is related to these embassies.
Mr. Edgeworth.
A number of pieces connect in a very complicated way in this case. It's almost enough to make one completely mentally exhausted.
What are you saying, Mr. Edgeworth? I thought you were the one who said that it's easy if you follow the leads.
Was that supposed to be an impression of me, Kay?
If it's info gathering you need, Gummy Eye can help you with that. Then, all you'd have to do is show off your fancy schmancy logical deductions.
Show off? Does it seem like I'm being boastful when I do that?
Let's not overcomplicate matters, okay, Mr. Edgeworth? We've been so focused, like a laser, on only what seems strange and out of place. It's no wonder nothing's clicked and we haven't unlocked anything yet. But if we think things through calmly, the answer should come to us.
Okay.
That's the sort of thing I say to myself when I'm practicing how to unlock padlocks, you know.
That is something that I hope practice doesn't make perfect for your sake.
Yay! Looks like you're back to your straight-laced self again.
Hey, Mr. Edgeworth! I'm back, sir, and I'm covered in garbage.
Yes, I can see that. Good work, Detective.
Looks like you can use that fireplace as a door, sir.
You alright, Gummy?
I'm okay, I'm just a bit ash and dust, that's all.
Your jacket has gotten quite filthy. I see the hem has practically turned black. You're just lucky they didn't want to put in any animation work on a new model.
Yeah, well, quite a bit of the unburned ink got on it, sir.
I see. Thank you, Detective. You did a fine job. I'll even pay the cleaning bill for the trench coat.
What? Oh, no, sir, I could never. This is just my old coat, sir. If it was a coat I actually cared about, then I'd get it clean, but, you know.
I see. Very well then, as you wish.
So because Gummy was able to climb through the fireplace, we know it can be used, right?
Yes, but that's not all we learned. We actually learned one other important fact.
And that is?
I will have to explain it to you later. Right now, we need to deal with the handwriting analysis. Detective Gumshoe.
Yes, sir. I'll be back before you know it.
Presumably, Sheena would be covered in garbage too. The handwriting analysis on Mr. Cochin's handwriting will take a bit of time. Let us go and wait in the Theatrum Neutralis with Agent Lang and Agent Sheena. Right, I think with the time being what it is, that's where we stop. Right, so I was wrong. There weren't 5 parts left, there were 6. Because of that, I think we probably finish next weekend. Because, like, there's no way I can do 4 sections tomorrow. So if I make the specific point of doing 2... that is probably the most workable. All right. We'll throw a save. And some save states to be extra safe. But I'll finish up there. Fare thee well.